Welcome to the first Biological Physics and Meaning Mini Conference. Amazing to see so many new and old friends. Glad you could join us. The topic of exploration today is quantum mechanics, the measurement problem, and human consciousness. Our speakers today will be presenting an overview and picture of quantum mechanics, the measurement problem, introduction to the issue of multiple interpretations, and how all this can possibly be related to biology and consciousness. Our first speaker today is Kiko Galvez. Kiko is a Charles Dana Professor in Physics and Astronomy at Colgate University in Hamilton, New York. Kiko is an atomic and optical physics experimentalist whose recent studies have focused on optics and quantum optics. These include fundamental studies of the geometric phase in optics, optical beams in high-order modes, singular optics, photon entanglement, and studies of quantum interference with correlated photons. Kiko will be speaking today on non-local experiments with polarization entangled photons, including experiments on brain tissue.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to start with a disclaimer that I'm just a physicist, and I'm going to tell you about very interesting experiments that I've been doing, but they don't touch on the more philosophical issues that are a bit of the theme of this conference. So I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm capable of answering, but I look forward to hearing the other presentations. So I'm gonna let's see. So this work was done at Colgate University. I'm going to be showing you some experiments and some data. So this were done by a bunch of students that are shown there and myself. Now Colgate is it's a college, so these are undergraduates. And recently we had a postdoc, Valeria Rodriguez Fajardo, and then I'm going to show you some data also taking collaboration with a couple of colleagues, Bob Alfano at City College from New York and Lingyan Shi. And Colgate University is a bit in the central portion of New York State, and then this was funded by the National Science Foundation. This is a little bit about what I'm going to tell you, and I'm first going to explain the process that let's say is the basis of all the experiments. It's called, has this very kind of obscure name, spontaneous parametric time conversion. And then I'm going to tell you about entanglements, which is really what generates a lot of let's call it the mysteries of quantum physics. And I'm going to tell you of a couple of applications. And then one of them is related to medicine, although we're not yet, let's say, dealing with live subjects. And I'm hoping that I have time to show you some other, let's call it mind twisters that go under the title of non-local quantum erasers. So, so what is this process of spontaneous parametric time conversion? Imagine a light beam hits some optical crystal, and the light beam is made out of photons, packets of light, and then coming out are per each incident photon come two, let's call it daughter photons. And two conditions have to be satisfied: conservation of energy and conservation of momentum. And the conservation of energy makes a restriction on the wavelengths or energies that the two photons might have. Although in our case, we we focus on those photons that have the same energy, and the energies of the two add to the energy of the parent photon. And there are several types of this process. And now I work with type 1, which adds let's say a degree of freedom, which is the polarization. And in this case, the input photon is horizontally polarized. And I'll say a little bit about that in a minute. Excuse me. And the outgoing photons are vertically polarized. Now, this conversion occurs in 3 dimensions. So really the light or the photons come out in a cone, and you can see there in the image. And the photons that are partners come at opposite angles from the center. And that's partly due to, or wholly due to conservation of momentum. And to make entangled states, we use this situation where we have 2 crystals. I'll explain all of that. But there's another way of making entangled photons with so-called type 2. And I believe Joshua is going to talk about that. And then there's a third way, and that involves a specialty crystal, and I won't say much about that. Okay. And well, since there's a broad audience, and I don't want to insult the experts, but the talk is going to rely a lot on the polarization of light, so might as well define it for those who are just not so familiar. We understand light as being a wave, an electromagnetic wave, which is a situation where energy propagates along some direction, and the light consists of electric fields that oscillate in a transverse plane, and magnetic fields also related to the electric fields at orthogonal angles. And then, since this happens in 3 dimensions, these fields can be oriented in any orientation as long as it's transverse to the direction in which the light propagates. Now, the magnetic field is related to the electric field, always orthogonal, and its magnitude is also related. So to simplify things, we only describe the light in terms of the direction of the electric field. So if the electric field is oscillating in the vertical direction, it's called vertically polarized light. And if the electric field is aligned along the horizontal direction, then it's called horizontally polarized light. Now, because vertical, let's say, and horizontal are orthogonal directions, then they're independent of each other. They you can express one in terms of the other, and there you can say that there are 2 degrees of freedom of the light. Okay, so let's make an entangled state of light. Now, I mentioned that you send a crystal, you send a photon to a crystal. If it is horizontally polarized light, produces 2 vertically polarized photons. Fine. But now if we put 2 crystals and very thin, but right up next to each other, but rotate one of them 90 degrees, and if we send the incoming photon with a polarization that is diagonal, that is, it has equal amounts of horizontal and vertical, then you could think that the horizontal component of the photon produces vertical pairs, and the vertical component of the photon produces horizontal pairs. And then this scheme was devised by Paul Kwiat at the University of Illinois, currently at the University of Illinois. And so if you put a camera, you see these 2 rings, and in one ring you have photon pairs that are vertically polarized, and in the other ring we have pairs of photons that are horizontally polarized. And now I'm going to use this notation that is the Dirac notation of quantum mechanics. It basically says that it represents the state of the photon when it is horizontally polarized, for example, in this case. Now, something interesting is that by tilting the crystals, we can independently adjust the diameter of these cones. So we could adjust them so that the two cones overlap exactly. Now, if the crystals are very thin and these cones overlap exactly, then it is indistinguishable, physically indistinguishable, to know from which crystal the photons arise. And when there's this intrinsic indistinguishability, then quantum mechanics specifies that the photons are in an entangled state. That is, that they're in a superposition of being both horizontal and both vertical. And the entangled state was first, let's say, defined by Erwin Schrödinger in 1935. In fact, responding to Einstein's reluctance. And I have to say, Schrödinger was also reluctant about some aspects of quantum mechanics. And then he said, it even supports this situation as kind of saying this crazy situation is also allowed by quantum mechanics. So we need to investigate this further. So now, I wonder if I can. So I'm trying to have, there's something that's blocking my screen, but I don't know, I have to get rid of it. Okay, so let's go with that. Let's say a little bit about polarization entanglement. So here comes let's say a philosophical question, that these photon pairs are in a state of superposition, and in a superposition of two completely different and independent possibilities, both vertically polarized and both horizontally polarized. So then the polarization is not defined. They don't have a polarization. And that's one of the first, let's say, philosophical challenges of quantum mechanics, that these photons have a polarization that is not tangible, is not real. It's undefined. Okay, so then going a little bit more perhaps technical, because I'm showing you a formula, but I'm not going to show many equations. And that is that there are four of these possibilities of making these entangled states with polarization. For example, up here we have both photons are in a superposition, being both horizontally polarized and both vertically polarized. And then, so then H and V are the label for horizontal and vertical. And but then there's another possibility, that one is horizontal and the other one is vertical, and the opposite. The first one is vertical, the second one is horizontal. And I believe Joshua is going to talk about that situation. And I'm going to focus on the first one. Now, you also see this formula, a plus and a minus. The plus and the minus refer to now the wave aspect of quantum entities. And if we have the plus sign, we could think that the wave aspect of these two possibilities are in phase. If you imagine a wave as something going up and down, like water waves, two waves that are in phase would be where the crests match, and then that would correspond to the plus sign. And if the waves are exactly opposite to each other, so one wave, there's a crest, and the other wave, there's a valley, then those would be said to be out of phase, and they would correspond to the minus sign. So here you have actually two two things that are being treated as waves, and that's how quantum mechanics treats them. But now, if we're in space, then what is horizontal and what's vertical? So really, any two other orientations are equally valid. So here, for example, you have diagonal and anti-diagonal. So diagonal will be plus 45 degrees, anti-diagonal will be minus 45 degrees. And you can express those two possibilities just like vectors in terms of horizontal and vertical. Then you have two other situations, but now this is for those who know a little bit more about polarization of light, the two circular states. And that's a situation when the horizontal and vertical parts of the circular state are out of phase by a quarter of the period. Okay, so that little I that you see there is really referring to that we make up these two states, right and left, by combining horizontal and vertical out of phase by 90 degrees or a quarter of a period. Okay, so so then, okay, so we have now our state, and these four states are called belt states. But now I mentioned that that we could express the state in some other orientation. So in fact, the state should not depend on our point of view. So you could say that this state is a superposition of both photons horizontal and both photons vertical, but it could also be both photons diagonal and both photons anti-diagonal. Now, in the circular point of view, it's a little bit more complicated to visualize, but it is a superposition of right one, left the other one, and vice versa. So then we can say that for this state, in the horizontal vertical, let's say, point of view, the polarization of the photons are correlated. Correlated because they're the same, both vertical, both horizontal. And the same thing can be said of the diagonal, but then in the circular, they're anti-correlated, the opposite of each other. Let me say that this is, for those who are not so familiar with quantum mechanics, this is not a statistical superposition. So it's not that part of the time the photons are both horizontal and the other part of the time they're both vertical. Here, they're both in this state where their polarization is not defined. And now there's this other state, well, the one with the minus sign, and all of a sudden the correlations are a little bit different. The diagonal point of view or basis, they're anti-correlated. And in the circular basis, they are correlated. Again, this appears from the algebra. Okay. And okay, so then the next part of this situation is when we actually go and find out the state of the photons, and that is when we measure them. Now, the measurement problem has been a much debated situation in physics, in philosophy of physics, because quantum mechanics describe the state of the photons, and they're flying, and then they are in this unknown state of polarization. But then when we go and detect them and detect their polarization, the state snaps out of that entangled state. And so we detect one photon to be horizontal, then the other one is horizontal. And is horizontal, let's say, instantaneously. That is, that whenever we've tried to see if there's a delay between that correlation, we found that there's no delay. So we call it instantaneous, but it's an instantaneous correlation. And if we measure and detect them to be vertical, then there's an instantaneous correlation with the other photon to being vertical. So this transition from an entangled state to an abrupt measurement situation of both horizontal, both vertical, or any other situation is that quandary about quantum mechanics. There's something mysterious or wrong about quantum mechanics, and that is the measurement problem. Now, this does not imply faster than light communication, because if when we go about to measure the polarization, we don't know if we're going to get horizontal or vertical. So you can't deliberately send a signal to the other photon, or to somebody on the other side that detects the other photon, because you don't know what it is that you're going to send once you measure. And that is also called non-locality. Okay. All right. So now you can observe this in the laboratory. And so if we put a polarizer that measures one photon in the state D, and then put another polarizer for the other photon at some angle, we get that the probability of measuring both photons getting to detectors after going through the polarizers, we find that probability depends on the angle. It's some function. Then you go about and do the experiment, and you measure, and then you find indeed that there's this variation. And now, for a mixed state, so if we are skeptical and say, well, what if they are in a statistical mixture of horizontal half the time, vertical the other half the time, and you do the same test, the prediction by quantum mechanics is that when these are distinguishable, then there should be no variation with the angle. And we can do that in the laboratory, because we could say separate the crystals so that the horizontals are produced much earlier than the verticals, for example, so that there's a time difference in the arrival of the horizontals and the verticals. So then they're not intrinsically indistinguishable. So then they are not in an entangled state, and then that's what is called a mixed state. And then when you go about to measure, and then there's no variation. Now, these correlations have been verified, and of course, very celebrated verifications via violations of Bell's inequalities in various iterations, every iteration being even stricter. And then these three gentlemen were awarded the Nobel Prize in 2022. But there's a legion of scientists behind them that have been working on these problems, and they all verify quantum mechanics. Perhaps Joshua will talk a little bit about this. Okay, so I described now the situation. So here I'm going to describe to you an application. So what if we decide to apply? We can't communicate faster in light, but look at this situation. On one hand, it might seem very mundane, and on the other hand, it almost seems troubling to think about it. Okay, so it's called Mueller polarimetry. So in optics, you have various materials that have various optical properties. They modify the light in various ways. So there's a way to determine the optical properties of a certain material, and it's called Mueller polarimetry. Now, how does it work? The polarization, the state of polarization of the light can be exactly described by 4 numbers. These numbers are called the Stokes parameters, but we won't get into that. But so then, if the light goes through this sample, and this sample modifies the light, because it's a crystal with all kinds of properties, maybe non-symmetric and whatnot, then the light that comes out is not with the same polarization of the initial state. So then you measure that polarization, the Stokes parameters of those of the light. So you have 4 parameters coming in and 4 different parameters coming out. So then mathematically you can say, well, the effect of the sample is a matrix. It's a 4x4 matrix that converts one 4-element, call it vector, to another 4-element vector. And so how is it done? Well, you prepare the light in a certain state of polarization, and then send the light through the sample, and then see how it's being changed by the sample. Now, once it goes through the sample, you need to do a certain number of measurements to determine exactly the state of the light, the Stokes parameters. You can with at least 6 measurements. So you have you see there a whole bunch of little optical components that basically are used to do the 6 measurements that measure the state of the light. But then before the sample, we prepare the light in a certain state of polarization. So, okay, so the Mueller matrix is a 4x4 matrix. So there's 16 elements. So we need at least 16 measurements to make. We could do more, but at least 16 are required. So then you need to do a combination of measurements, preparation of the sample, and measurement of the output to get that matrix. Okay, but now here's what you can do with entangled photons. Because the polarizations are instantaneously correlated, horizontal with horizontal, vertical with vertical, diagonal with diagonal, and for our state in particular, right is correlated with left, and so on. We can do the following. We send the light where one photon goes through the sample, and the other photon goes all alone to a detector, and then we do some measurements on that. So the way this goes is that the detection of the one photon that doesn't go through the sample serves to correlate instantaneously with what we would interpret to be the initial state of the light going through the sample. And then after the sample, we do a measurement of the polarization. And now let me say that this is as if. It's not the same thing. So we are not doing really the measurement. We're not preparing the initial state. What we measure is as if we were preparing the initial state of the light going through the sample. So we use these non-local correlations between the photons so that one photon acts as if it is specifying the initial state of the photon going through a sample, but the photon going through a sample just came out of being prepared in the entangled state. And there's no causal relation here. That's where it comes troubling, right? Because we can do this measurement after the other photon has gone through the sample. So it's not, okay. And, but you can use this method, for example, in strange situations where the geometry is inconvenient. You can even prepare the situation where as if the initial state, if we're the initial state of a sample, you can prepare it anywhere you want, as long as later you connect the 2 measurements. And then that's the important part in doing these correlated experiments. You have to correlate them. So you have to get the signals from the 2 detectors and join them together. Okay, so that's, so then here you see one version of the Mueller matrix where you determine each element of the Mueller matrix by a set of 4 measurements. Here I'm, for example, for this one, the initial, you have 4 measurements, and the first one is the incoming light is diagonal, and the detected polarization state is horizontal, and so on. And so we do the same thing, but now with these 2 photons being detected separately. And another thing, too is that, okay, horizontal and vertical and diagonal and anti-diagonal correlate, but right and left circular anti-correlate. So this works with the entangled photons only if, when we want to specify right polarization, we have to measure the other photon with left. And and then that's this situation that I showed down here. I hope it's we're not blowing away the non-experts. But okay, so it's a matrix, so 4x4 numbers, but we can show the matrices by little bar graphs, and those are the values on each element of the matrix. So, for example, a quarter wave plate should be a matrix that has an ideal quarter wave plate at this angle should be 1, 0, 0, 0, and so on. And then when you measure 1, well, some number somewhat consistent with 0. Well, when you do measurements, you never measure 0. You measure something with an uncertainty. So here are the predicted and the measured Mueller matrix, and then you have 3 different situations. Anyway, so that's one type of work that we did. Okay, let me tell you about some other one. Okay, so I just mentioned a situation where we worry about a sample and we diagnose a sample using entangled photons. Let's consider the other situation. What does the sample do to the photons? So for that, we need to find a way. How do we know what is the state of the photons? And well, this equation shows you, I've shown you this equation, both photons horizontal and both photons vertical. But anyway, the 2 photons become unentangled by the sample. This is not a good way to represent the state. How to represent the state? By a matrix. So anyway, we figure out a way to create a matrix that describes the entangled state as well as the not entangled state. And then these are the definitions. Maybe I'll spare you that. So, for example, the entangled state, the exact same one that I've been talking about, corresponds to a matrix that has 1/2 at the 4 corners, just like you see here in another version of the 4x4 matrix. But if you have just a mixture of horizontal and vertical, you get columns only in these 2 corners, not the other 2 corners. And there's also another situation where you could have also for mixed state columns along the diagonal. That's what it's called, that maximally mixed state. Okay, let me keep going. So then what do we do? So we want to measure. Now here we have a 4x4 matrix. So again, we need to do a whole series of measurements on the 2 photons, similar to what we did for Mueller polarimetry. Polarization projections on the 2 photons. And you need a minimum of 16 measurements, and eventually you do a reconstruction, and you get the density matrix that tells us what is the state of the light. Okay, so that's well known. It's called quantum state tomography. But now, here's what we want to do. We want to send the light through a sample and see how the sample affects the state. And all right. And now let me show you some. I don't know if this is too busy. Oh, let me go back. Too busy, but here's our state down here. So once we have an entangled state, there are some metrics. So then from that density metrics, if you measure, well, there's columns all over the place, as you can see here. So the question is, how entangled is, say, a photon in this state? And so then there are certain quantum measures that grab the data from that matrix and produce some number that give us tell us how entangled the state is or how mixed the state is. And those are the tangle and the linear entropy. And so if we were to graph uh, for a given state of the light, in the y-axis the tangle, and the x-axis the what is called a linear entropy that measures how mixed the state is, then up here we have fully entangled, and then down here we have fully mixed. All right. So this is what we're doing. We send the light through a sample. This is a slice of mouse brain, and then it's a very complex material, okay, and it scatters the light, and it modifies the entangled state. When we originally did this, we thought sending entangled states through something like tissue would completely destroy the entangled state, but that's not the case. It only modified the entangled. So we did this work where we tried all kinds of different samples, and then we produced various types of entanglement, as you can see there. Let me see the time. So then after we did that, we decided to test, well, could we use this as the diagnosis tool? For example, Alzheimer's. And we had access to tissues of subjects that had Alzheimer's. I mean, these are subjects that are dead, and there's a bank of tissues that you, if you go through all the protocols, you could get brain tissue, and but now we didn't study the actual interaction. We just sent the light and see how this light was modified by the tissue. And think about like an X-ray, where, you know, if the light, if the X-rays go through the bone, if they get attenuated. If they don't go through the bone, they don't get attenuated. We want to see the contrast and broken bones, whatnot. And we're not so interested on how the X-rays interacted with the bone or the tissue. We just want to see the contrast. We did the same thing, but now with tissues with Alzheimer's, and we found a difference. And but the difference was somewhat puzzling. That you would think that the tissue with Alzheimer's would, well, you think Alzheimer's is bad, so it would change make the entanglement worse. Actually, it made it less worse than a normal tissue. So a normal tissue already modified the entanglement, but tissues with Alzheimer's modified it less. And that was a bit of a surprise. It took us a while to kind of conclude that things were getting. Here's a whole bunch of different samples of different thickness, and you can see that these little squares are the normal healthy tissue, which are lower along the curve, which means less entangled, and the samples with Alzheimer's of different tissue were more entangled. And we published that recently. And so here's the idea, and that is that I'm not an biologist nor an expert, but my physicist understanding of this is that in the tissue samples that we got that are from normal subjects, there are, let's say, cavities or regions of inhomogeneous density that produces a lot of scattering. And now for tissue with Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's generates these, or it is found that on a subject with Alzheimer's, there's this a protein called amyloid beta, and then some other things that appear, and it would seem to us that fills the voids and produces less scattering, and that's less. It does not affect the entangled light as much as healthy tissue. And no, where are we going with this? Because you would say, okay, but we go through all this trouble, entangled photons and whatnot, and then there are other, I mean, if you already have the tissue sample, you could just, by other metrics, find out that the subject had Alzheimer's or not. But the thing is that we would like to know ahead of time if somebody has Alzheimer's. So some people have found that this amyloid beta uh, is with people with Alzheimer's also appears in the retina, which is really a piece of brain. So the idea is to try to see this same type of situation, but with the retina. Now, the retina, well, in mammals, the back of the retina reflects light, so we can send light and then analyze a reflection. Instead of transmission, we look at reflection, and I'm sure all of you, if you're at night driving your car, if there's deer or cats, and are looking at the headlights of the car, you see that bright lights, and with humans don't have this layer that mammals have that allows them to see very well in the dark, that reflect the light. But we do have the red eye effect that even our cell phones correct. So there's a chance that we can see the light reflected from the back of the retina, and from that determine if there's amyloid beta in or see a contrast between healthy and Alzheimer's subjects. Let me look at the time. 38. So, Carrie, how?
Yeah, just tying up now. That'd be great. Yeah, we just keep going, but we'll tie up soon. Yeah, but questions.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to show two situations, but I'll show them as time permits. Also to do with non-locality, and this one is called a non-local eraser. So imagine this. So you have the two photons, and you send one to this device here as an interferometer. Basically, if you think of the light as a wave, it makes two copies of the wave and then recombines those two copies. But now, because the lengths of the two arms can be different, you can phase shift the light. And if you do that in a systematic way, you can see what is called interference of light. Sometimes the light, you get lots of light here, little light here, and vice versa. And you see interference. So look at this situation, which, it's all fine with quantum mechanics. That is, we have our entangled state. You're familiar with that one. But now, in one of the arms, we change the sign between these two terms. It's fine with that. Okay. Now, on the other photon that doesn't go through interferometer, we put a polarizer. And but now the polarizer measures the state of photon 1. Okay. So photon 1. So then, for the light going through this arm, you get photon 1 is horizontal, so the photon 2 has to be horizontal. And then going the other arm, the same thing. So if the two arms are indistinguishable, we should see interference. And if we change the phase, you can see there the data. So this is showing, as a function of the phase, is showing that if we change the length of one of the arms, at some point we get destructive interference, at some point we get constructive interference, shown in getting more photons, less photons. It's part of the wave aspect of light, although now we're looking at coincidences. So this is the wave aspect of two photons. All right, so let me look at the time. Okay, I'll quickly go through this, and then now look what we're going to do. I'm going to change the orientation of this polarizer to 45 degrees. But now, if you recall, I had mentioned this before, that when we have the minus sign on this state, now the photons are, I think these should be flipped. The photons are anti-correlated. Oh no, yeah, this is correct. So superposition of one diagonal with two antediagonal and one antediagonal, two diagonal. Okay, and so because we're in this state, so the light going through this arm is in this state here, which is the same as this state, and line going through this arm is in this state, which is the same thing as this state. But when we pass the light through the polarizer, through this polarizer, forces photon 1 to be diagonal, which going through one arm makes photon 2 antidiagonal, but going through this arm and then going through the other arm is diagonal. So that photon 2 is the polarization of photon 2 is distinguishable, so there should be no interference. In fact, we don't see any interference. But the significance of this is that you're changing whether you see interference or not by changing the photon that doesn't go through the interferometer. Okay, and we're measuring coincidences. Okay, and then if I put a polarizer after this, then photon 2 passes through the polarizer sometimes and becomes vertically polarized. And when that happens, you have a superposition of these two possibilities, which make the interference reappear. So the photons become indistinguishable again. Anyway, so now I am definitely over time. So I was going to show more stuff, but maybe it's good to just stop for discussion. So let me go to my last slide. I was going to show two more slides, but then that will chew more minutes that we don't have. So I will just finish with this one slide that I kind of like, which is a quote to Niels Bohr that says, "If you're not shocked by quantum mechanics, you don't understand it." Well, thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kiko. Amazing introduction and foundation for the coming speakers as well. Okay, I'm going to open the floor for some questions, maybe raising the hand with the icon, and then I can just call you. I can see in the chat we have got a few questions from Ravi already. You'll have to unmute yourself, though, if you're going to be asking. And Kiko, maybe if you stop screen sharing, then we can see you and see everyone.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. Okay, so have we got any questions?
Well, I have some questions and comments, but I would like to allow other people to put their questions first. It was a great presentation. I really enjoyed that, Kiko. Thank you. All right, so
We've got Anton has a question here.
Yeah, give him priority.
Yeah, Anton.
Thank you very much. Brilliant talk, Kiko. I like what you've said. Basically, I approach quantum mechanics in a different way to what the scholarly approach is. And my theories predict exactly what you said. Coming to your non-local Müller polarizer or polarity meter or whatever you called it, am I correct in understanding is where you have the sample, at that point already spooky action at the distance is initiated to your control beam?
Okay. So let me say that all my comments follow one philosophical interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is the Copenhagen interpretation, that most physicists adhere, but not all. There are other interpretations of quantum mechanics, and so because the photons are entangled, you could think that looking at action at a distance is in place. It depends on how you interpret that situation. The more conservative one, which I definitely follow, is to say that the results of the measurements, once they are completed, are consistent with this instantaneous correlation. Okay.
Correct. This is how I understood it. That you basically my sort of layman's term interpretation of your experiment is that the one beam is already, or basically you have spooky action at a distance before you start analyzing the beam in detail later on into your 6x6 or 4x4 matrix or whatever it was.
Right. So you could be, okay, so I was saying that measuring one photon, you could interpret it. If not, we can't demonstrate that there's this instantaneous action. We only know what we measure, right? But it is consistent with as if measuring here, say we compare it with a classical approach, as if the one measurement is preparing the initial state going through the sample, but then you could do that at any time you want. So that okay. By the time you do your measurement on one photon, the other photon already passed through the sample. So there isn't this causal relation that when you measure here, that is affecting instantaneously that. We only know what happens at the end, but we can do measurements at different times, and you still get the same result.
Okay, good. Another question. You basically, your type 1 crystal, and basically you say that you have entanglement once the rings overlap, which is similar to a type 2 crystals when the two at the point where the two rings intersect. If you do the experiment with non-overlapping rings, in other words, why should those two photons not be entangled? The results that you will have will be biased according to the polarization type, but all entanglement features of modifications that you have should equally be there, because the entanglement happens when at the point when the down conversion happens. It is only by our choice that we choose or define the Bell state where these where the two photons overlap. But I am certain, unfortunately, I haven't got any means to do any experiments, that entanglement should also be if there is no overlap with your two rings, or basically if you don't use the intersecting points of a type 2 crystal. Could you comment on that?
Right. I think that as long as the two possibilities are indistinguishable, regardless of how you make them happen, you would have an entangled state. So you could have a situation where the two crystals are distinguishable, but you have a way to compensate the times so that at the end the two possibilities are indistinguishable. You would still have your entangled state.
Thank you.
Uzi, you have a question.
Hey, hi. Can you hear me first?
Yes, nice to see
excellent.
you.
First, thank you very much for a very generous talk. And I'm thinking about the case of the normal tissue versus the Alzheimer tissue. One question that I have is what was the wavelength of the photons that you were using? Meaning maybe the wavelength and some of the spaces in the inhomogeneous medium are similar, and then you'll have a lot more scattering. So that could affect the entanglement. And the second question that I have has to do with the scrambling velocity, meaning inhomogeneous material can lower the scrambling velocity, and that could have some kind of influence on these measurements, perhaps. So these are
Right. Yeah, the scattering definitely mixes up the polarization. As soon as you have two or more scattering events, that is going to degrade the let's say the polarization of the light and degrade the state of the light. That is, and in this case, it is more tied to me scattering than Rayleigh scattering. If you know the difference, turns out that other people that have done measurements on the effect of Alzheimer's tissue on light, they find actually the opposite of what we found. So that was a topic of contention for us when we were doing the experiments, and also at the point of discussing things with referees for publication. But it comes down to scattering, I believe.
Thank you.
Joe, if you'd like to.
Yeah, just related to what Uzi was asking, really. I'm familiar with traditional polarizing microscopy for crystals and things like that in a medical situation. And I just wonder, with the slices that you looked at with your entangled photons, if you had a conventional polarizing setup with two polarizers, one either side, or a polarizer and a quartz plate, with your either side of your sample, I'm just wondering whether you would pick up anything at all. The amyloid is birefringent, so maybe that makes the passage of light a bit more stereotyped. If you, as you say, fill in the gaps with some nice even birefringent material or whatever. I'm not saying it would be a better way of doing it. It would probably be very messy, but I just wonder whether you'd pick something up with a classical system like that.
Yeah, we haven't done the classical system because we were interested in doing the non-local thing. But the only thing about our samples is that as far as I knew, the let's say neurons or axons were not aligned, in which case you would have a tangible birefringence effect. We didn't see a clear birefringence effect. It was more. It seemed more just scattering, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with that sort of thing like amyloid in tissues, very often if you put in a quartz plate, so you get colors, you get some yellow and some blue in the two different directions, and you get a sort of something that looks a bit like tartan material, and the net signal is pretty much unchanged, but you at high magnification you can see some sort of patterning. I imagine there must be some sort of patterning, but it may be right down at such a detail that you can't actually pick it up visually. Yeah, interesting anyway.
Thank you. We were focusing the light to a very small spot, but that's an interesting question. We tried to do to actually take a picture, but it was a little tedious because we had to move. We didn't have a camera, and then we had to move the sample kind of in a stepwise fashion. But we didn't get too far with that.
Interesting.
Okay, Hal, if you'd like, and then after Hal, we'll do Joshua, and then I think we're going to have to move on to the next presentation.
Thanks very much, Kiko. Really amazing talk for me. And the question I have is about doing the experiment with the amyloid beta protein. Just mentioned that it's a very interesting problem in structural biology to understand what is the structure of the amyloid beta protein, and it wasn't possible ever to create a single crystal with the protein. Interesting technical reasons for that, but there are fibrous forms of the protein which could be used in lieu of a single crystal. Has anyone considered doing the experiment on the protein material?
Well, we get our samples from some collaborators, but yeah, it would. I think that right now we're focused on trying to see to go to reflection, but yeah, it's an interesting question to create a sample that had deliberately amyloid beta and see what.
In addition, the amyloid beta protein fragments which have been studied are reasonably small, and it's possible a quantum chemical analysis might further inform the interaction with light and such small structures, just to plant an idea in the back of your mind. Thanks very much.
Okay, Joshua, you'll need to unmute.
I like to give my place to Alpha or anybody else, because I can address my question or comment during my presentation. I think Kiko will pick up my comment there.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Professor Kiko. It was very interesting, your presentation. We here in Lithuania are dealing with evaluation of human complexity. We have mentioned such situation that with pathology, complexity of human organism decrease. When you have Alzheimer's disease, yes, complexity of those cells structure surely decrease, and you just began to fixate this effect of this pathology, and is just in good agreement with our results, with our data. Thank you a lot. I think it because what you measure, this measure is an integral measure of that tissue, yeah, and you measure such common features of that tissue, and it surely in pathology complexity decrease, and structure became more homogeneous, and this entanglement is keeping. So it's quite understandable for me, if it is all. Thank you a lot.
We'll just have a quick question from Ravi, because he had some questions in the chat, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. Ravi, if you'd like to unmute.
I just want to apologize. I had to step away, so I don't know if my questions were answered. Were these answered? Especially the one where I'm saying, how do we combine the photons from the sample with Stokes parameters change and the direct photon which we receive in a combining unit?
We detect the joint arrival of the photons that got transmitted. So we put polarization filters, and then the photons that go through those filters eventually go to a circuit that detects the arrival of the two photons at the same time.
Would they arrive at the same time where through the sample would be slower than those which are direct? So how would you distinguish that you're combining
the delay is much smaller than, let's say, our coincidence window. So our electronic circuit measures the arrival of the electrical pulses from the two photons from the two sides, and then we count as a coincidence pulses that arrive within a certain delay, and then that delay is much longer than the delay that you would acquire by just going through a sample. You would need to travel several feet more one side than the other to not to observe a delay effect.
I got it. How do you distinguish two photons? You did talk of two photons.
Yeah, as opposed to four or
as opposed to single.
Well, the source produces pairs that are produced simultaneously, and definitely if we change the delay of arrival of the two photons, the signal goes away. So they are produced at the same time. Now I missed the point that.
Okay, I have a couple other questions. If later time permits, I would, if I'm not delaying you, but do you ever consider photon to be a composite particle?
Well, we know that we detected whole. So we know we don't detect a photon. But now I remember what I was going to say. That the source is weak, but if you send a very strong laser, there is a probability that you can get two pairs, but we cannot distinguish those two pairs. But when your source is very strong, then you could get a situation where you're detecting one photon from one pair with the other photon of a different pair, and then there you don't get this correlation. So that is also a source of uncertainty in the measurements when all of a sudden you get simultaneous photons, but they're not correlated because they're different photons.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So kind of.
Okay. Wow. Thank you so much, Kiko. Amazing talk, and lovely to have you with us. We will move now on to Joshua's presentation. So Joshua is an ambassador of peace, a systems engineer, systems thinker, cognitive neuroscientist, and an experimental physicist researcher. Joshua will take us on a journey of understanding the nature of correlations when studying paired photons produced by spontaneous parametric down conversion type 2, and his experimental insights into the meaning of entanglement when interpreted as spooky action at a distance, in the context of the formalism of quantum mechanics and the different interpretations.
Okay, so I'm just gonna share with you today a study on phase-shifted Bell state and their possible implications. And if you see this picture here, this landscape illustrates the results of an experiment, which is a typical Bell state, as opposed to a phase-shifted Bell state. You see that this fringe here has gone up a little bit, and this one has gone up, so the results are shifted. And this is the mathematical term responsible for accomplishing that theoretically. So I'm going to explain that. We're going to go in this presentation from here here? And what does that possibly mean? What are the implications of that? All right. So I don't know why my presentation is not okay, responding. Now it's responding. All right. So this Bell experiment was conducted with a crystal, a BBO crystal that produces spontaneous parametric down conversion photons. Type 2, which is a little bit different than what Kiko was sharing with us. This type 2, I also going to explain, has been conducted, this experiment, between the years 2018 and 2024 at Martin Huggersland Lab in New Zealand, in the Department of Physics in the University of Auckland. And that's part of the Dodd Wall Center for Photonics. So this talk is based on our paper, and the paper is authored by Martin Huggerland, Paul Werbos, who's here with us today, Kerry Jackman, who's Kerry here with us today, and myself. Now, before I start, I just wanna express to you how much work went into these, and I'm so grateful to all the people who participated. I'm gonna acknowledge them at the end, but I wanna state that from the beginning, and particularly to Paul, to Kerry, Kiko, Martin, and Howard, and others that were extremely supportive to complete this experiment successfully. So basically, this experiment was inspired due to the rapid developments of quantum information and communication. And for me, quantum optics made it possible to do that, because it's very easy to set up an entangled photons experiment compared to other types of entangled particles experiment. And so that gave us a lot of flexibility to test things. And of course, in my conversations with Paul some years ago, Paul suggested that I should go straight into the physics of entanglement and quantum particles and all that, and particularly this experiment using a model of a quarter wave plate and a half wave plate. But basically, the quarter wave plate was here the point of the experiment. And I'll expand on that during the presentation. We use the BBO crystal that performs a spontaneous parametric down conversion. So when I say SPDC, you know I'm talking about that kind of conversions. I'm not gonna tell you today about how that happens. That's a whole talk on its own, but I'm gonna show you what that means at the level that we need to understand this talk. So we photographed those cones that Kiko was showing you, but and then I'm going to show you that too. We're going to we measured coincidences, as Kiko showed you too, and we computed correlations. So basically, the experiment that Kiko performed with type 1 conversion and the type 2 conversion are targeting the same issue, you know, of the entangled photons and the correlations, or the spooky action at a distance, or those things that some people, you know, would consent that they've been resolved with this Nobel Prize that Kiko mentioned, given to Aspect and Zeilinger and Clauser. But also other people, very serious scholars too, would say, well, this issue is not really settled in terms of the interpretations of these results. So today, I'm going to show you that we obtained very strong violations on the Clauser-Horn-Shimony-Holt inequality. And based on some interesting remarks found in the publication of Paul Kuwait, which, by the way, Kiko also mentioned this name, we conducted an exhaustive study of what we have called phase-shifted EPR Bell state. And that was based on a very interesting remark on that paper. Very surprising remark, by the way. Finally, we conclude with possible implications. And some implications are targeting the fundamental level of reality. You know, what does that mean for us to understand fundamental reality? And the other implications are about the applications of quantum information and quantum technologies and things like that. That Paul will expand on that for sure in the third presentation. So, as I said before, we reproduced baseline this experiment where Seilinger is one of the authors. And this experiment, we reproduce it, we choose it in around 2018, 2019 to reproduce this one because we thought that this was the best baseline experiment found in the literature. That's, of course, our subjective analysis of all the literature led us to this, and objective led us to this conclusion. Let us reproduce this one as baseline. And it was this experiment, together with other experiments similar to these ones, that actually gave the Nobel Prize to Aspect, Clauser, and particularly Seilinger, who's an author in this experiment. Yang Huaxi is also an author in this experiment. All right, so if you want to have a look at this experiment, I have a link here to this paper, and I can share it with you later. And the same with every single one of the papers that I'm going to quote. Now, Paul Werbos, as I said before, initially inspired this, a deeper investigation into the effects of a quarter wave plate setting on one arm of the two arms of the entangled experiment photons, and then advised that we should address these effects that we will find more deeply and compare it with other labs. We haven't done that yet, but we are ready to be able to do that, to compare our findings with any other labs who have done that. And that would be very advisable. I mean, it would be very good so that that could happen. And so there is a paper where Paul and Flory, Mark Flory and Paul Werbos, explored the quarter wave plate model to a certain extent. And that paper is also available through this DOI, and you can research it. So what's quarter wave plate experiment based on this VBO nonlinear crystal will tell us? It's very much based on this diagram here, which is different than type 2-1 conversion. Kiko was telling you before that these two cones in type 1 conversion, which is different types of crystals, will overlap by tilting the crystal until we, when we find a condition that we technically call the phase matching condition. I'm not going to go to the meaning of that in physics because that's again another whole talk, but basically you tilt this crystal in a certain direction and these cones come together or go apart. And in type 1, you get two overlapping cones. But here in type 2, you get two cones of light, one with horizontally polarized light and the other one with vertically polarized light, or vice versa, vertically polarized light, this one, and horizontally polarized light. And here at the intersections, right here, at the intersection of these two, is where you cannot tell in which state the photons happen to be until you measure them. Because here the photon could be in this intersection, either vertical or horizontal, and here the same, either vertical or horizontal. And it just happens that the vertical could be in this path, yeah, while the horizontal, it's in that path. But if you also measure, it may happen that the horizontal is actually in that path and the vertical is in that path. So basically, these photons are going to be in a superposition of states, as we say. Now, I'm not going to go through the conservation laws too much because Kiko already went through that, and I'm very grateful for that because that saves time on that presentation. But the pump that we used was a 4 or 5 nanometer pump. It's purple light, if you want to call it like that, or blue purple. And that pump that pumps light that goes through the BBO crystal, and then that crystal performs a down conversion, a spontaneous parametric down conversion, and takes one photon from the pump and converts it into two different photons of 18 nanometers, which is infrared light, with lower energies, longer wavelengths. And these pair of photons are usually called, one that goes in one side and the other one in the other, and there is a nomenclature for that. They're called the signal and the idler, with respective frequencies too. And those are the two frequencies, the frequency of the signal and the frequency of the idler, and they just happen to be 18 nanometers, both of them. And that states the conservation law in terms of frequency or energy, because frequency and energy are very much related. So this is basically the version of the diagram, a simplified diagram of our experiment, which mimics the experiment that Quaid et al. Proposed. So you have a pump, we polarize the light vertically, so that's a requirement for the preparation of the state for this crystal. So the light has to be polarized vertically. It goes through this crystal. We pump 150 milliwatts, sometimes a portion of that. By the time the light gets to here, it's about 90 milliwatts. That's enough for us to conduct the experiment. We put a bunch of filters here to filter all the blue light that will go through here if we didn't filter it, and to allow only this type of light, 18 nanometers, to go through both channels. And so on one arm, as you see, the photon will pass through a half-wave plate and then a quarter-wave plate. And I'll talk about the effects of those two later. Then it will go through the polarizer, then through a fiber coupling system that collects the photons and takes them to a single photon counting module, which is going to count the number of photons that go through here. And the same happens with this arm, apart from the fact that in this arm, we don't have quarter-wave plates or half-wave plates. So the light is exactly, untouched when it goes through the polarizers. And of course, they go through these coupling systems. And as Kiko was saying, they both arrive to a coincidence detector, and that window of measurement, it's about 10 nanoseconds. So anything which is below 10 nanoseconds arriving at a time distance below 10 nanoseconds is considered a coincidence, meaning that we would consider that the photons arrive at the same time. Now I want to tell you about this quote of this paper of Quaid and Zeilinger and Yang Wuxi and all the other authors, Weinfurter and Madel and Seryengo. This quote was extremely important for us to follow through this experiment. And I'm going to read it. Using an additional bifringent phase shifter, which is a quarter-wave plate usually, or even slightly rotating the down conversion crystal itself, the value of alpha, and I will talk about this value of alpha later, just remember the value of alpha can be set as desired, that is, to values of 0 or pi, this alpha being an angle. And this alpha was the alpha in the first slide that I show you. So somewhat surprisingly, a net phase shift of pi may be obtained by a rotation of 90 degrees rotation of a quarter wave plate in one of the paths. And I want you to know this bracket, this is actually part of the quote, this bracket, somewhat surprisingly. So how important would that be for them to put a quote like that? Why would they quote that this was surprisingly to them? That with a phase shifter, we could get actually a shift of pi at 90 degrees rotation. And what does that mean for other angles? Similarly, a half-wave plate in one path can be used to change horizontal polarization to vertical and vice versa. one can thus very easily produce any of the 4 Bell states. And these are the 4 Bell states. Kiko showed you one of them or 2. I forgot exactly which one. I think this one and this one. Yeah, Kiko must have shown you these 2 because these are HH plus VV or HH minus VV. And I'm going to talk about this the 4 of them, but I'm going to focus on this state today because that's enough for our presentation. All right, so basically in our wave function here, psi, it's on one channel you can have a horizontally polarized photon, on the other channel you can have a vertical polarized photon, and that will be one state. This symbol, with this bracket, yeah, this kit, it's called, of a bracket. This symbol says that this state is when the photon goes on one channel, channel 1, let's call it, horizontally polarized, and channel 2 vertically polarized. And the other possible state is if in the first channel it goes vertically and the second channel goes horizontally. But here is this interesting phase factor. And this is the alpha angle, which they're referring. Was interesting to see that when they rotated the quarter wave plate to 90 degrees, they produce a phase shift here of pi. And you have to note that when you put this angle in 0 degrees, e to the power of 0, it's 1. But e to the power of pi, it's minus 1. So really, this phase shifter is changing the sign of this equation from minus to plus, meaning it allows us to produce the 2 states, plus and minus, psi plus and minus. Now, if we use a half-wave plate on the same channel as I show you, you just shift the photon of one channel, wherever you put your half-wave plate, probably let's say in channel 1, you would shift the photons of channel 1 from horizontal to vertical. In this case, what was vertical in channel 2 would become horizontal. Here the half-wave plate would be in channel 2. And what was horizontal in channel 2 would become vertical. And then you would be able to produce the states that Kiko was analyzing today. All right, so this is basically the formalism of our wave function to start. So the general setup, well, we have much more than the diagram. Of course, we had the half-wave plate, we had the pump, some mirrors to guide the light so that we could actually make it be exactly horizontally, traveling on the same plane, basically. And then we had here a certain crystal that perform a function, a blocker for this blue light or purple light, 4 or 5 nanometer light, so that it doesn't contaminate the photons that goes through the fiber. We had here 2 compensators, which for the distances we were managing were not necessarily significantly, altering the results. We took them out and the results were the same, so we could perform the experiment with less optics. And then we had the polarizers, polarizer 1 and 2, and this was here, I think the half-wave plate, no, this is the quarter-wave plate, and the half-wave plate was inserted somewhere here too. So this is basically our measurement apparatus or design of experiment. We have an oscilloscope where we measure the amount of photons per second, the hertz, the frequency, the amount of photons per second arriving to each of these 2 coincidence detectors. And then we have a beagle bone that monitors these coincidences that go here from the 2 SPCMs to the coincidence detector. And then we have 2 different types of counter, but we ended up using most of the time the beagle bone that goes through a computer and allows us to calculate with the different counts at different angles. And the angles, we change them remotely. I could change the angles from here, from where I am, and I'm not in the lab, in the experiment. and we could move the polarizers remotely from here. So all of that experiment was automatically performed, apart from preparing the states. And once the states are prepared, I can do as many experiments as I want, varying quarter wave plate and polarizers, angles remotely. All right, so this is a little bit of our equipment. This is a laser that Carrie took a long time and a lot of pain to put together and solder. I mean, her skills on soldering and all the technical side is incredible. And so, okay, so there is a temperature controller here, and we built all that to produce this kind of pump. And this is a photo of the pump beaming some blue photons. And then this light goes through this crystal, and you see here there are filters, and the filters filter the light that will go into the chamber. And that chamber is all sealed. There is roofs that we put in there so that no light can contaminate these photons. And then we photograph the cones with this camera, which is extremely good. And these are the two SPCMs, single photon detectors, so that you have an idea a little bit of the equipment and the table here. You know, this is one path of the light, and this is the other path of the light. All right. So here are the cones photographed. Here you see the two cones. One has horizontally polarized light, and the other one has vertically polarized light. Yeah. And how do we know that? Well, we first of all, we single out these intersections with irises, apertures. And so you can see we close them gradually until we get exactly this intersection going through the irises. And that's how we align the equipment to know that we are actually measuring this section of the intersection of the cones, which is where this wave function presumably should be encountered when measuring. Now, if we measure this cone and these cones, these parts of the cones, they would be horizontally and vertically polarized, not entangled. And we show that here when we put a polarizer turned into a certain angle, and you see the part of the cone that goes up disappears. Here, the two parts are there. And if we turn it to be, let's say, vertically polarized, then the other part of the cone shows up. So with the polarizer, we can let only the horizontal photons going through, or only the vertical photons going through. And of course, these whole cones are, in a way, in a sense, they are produced at the same time. So in a sense, you could call them correlated photons, even though they're not here. And that type of lingo, calling them correlated, doesn't refer to these correlations that are referred to as entanglement. They are referred to the fact that they're produced at the same time. So you can measure, you can perform the same Bell experiment with this photon and these photon streams and not get the results of entanglement, and that's when you perform them, when you measure here. And they are all produced at the same time. They will all arrive at the same time, so to speak, in the window of 10 nanoseconds. So, all right. So I hope this will illustrate a little bit the physics that we are looking at. Now, let's go to the results. So the theory predicts that if you have polarizers at angle θ1 and θ2, if you vary these polarizers, you will, these angles, you will get different number of coincidences or counts. And so what we did was exactly that, to vary those angles and measure the number of coincidences we get with the coincidence detector. And the predictions are, according to the literature, and the formalisms of quantum mechanics, based on the formalisms, sine square of θ1 plus θ2 for this state, which is the one we're gonna study today. And there are other equations very similar for the other ones. So we define θ1 and θ2 as the angles set for polarizer 1 and 2 respectively. We derive the normalized theoretical coincidence values by changing the angles θ1 and θ2 according to this formula here, the theoretical formula. And we compute the normalized experimental coincidence counts, and we obtain the normalized coincidence counts to be able to compare them to these ones, because of course sine square is between 0 and 1, so we have to have a measure of comparison. And I want to read this quote here. Using additional bifringent, this was the quote that I actually put there. Okay, so here we are. What kind of expected graphs should we expect to see? When we put the angle in 0 and the angle 2 in 0, θ1 and θ2, we will expect 0 coincidences. And if we vary in steps of 9 degrees, we will expect that these coincidence numbers will go up. And these are the normalized sines multiplied by 700, which is about the number of coincidences per seconds we get, so that you could have an idea of the number of coincidences that theoretically we should expect. Now, if we plot every one of these lines, we should get one of these curves here. And as we change the angles, the curves are still sinusoidal, but they change, they phase shift. Now, in this particular experiment, we didn't introduce a phase shift of the entangled states, but we changed the angles of the polarizers to produce the whole landscape at all these angles, when θ1 goes from 0 to 180 and when θ2 goes from 0 to 180. So experiment 1 would be 0, 0, experiment 2, 0, 2, and so on. Experiment, let's say 18 would be 0, 180, and then we would have other experiments, or experiment 20. Experiment 21 would be placing this one at 9 and then repeating all these ones for these angles. Experiment 41, I think, would be putting this angle in 18 and so on. And if we plot all this landscape, this is what we see in 3D surface plots, which is exactly the same as these signals plotted as individual signals, but in a 3D plot. And if we look at this picture from above, we will see this as the expected fringes that we should see in our coincidence experiment. So let us see what the coincidence formulas look. I'm not going to go through this very deeply because it's the mathematical foundation, but this is basically the Clauser, the CHS H violations computations. And for each one of these terms, you have an expected value of coincidences here. These are the coincidences that we will collect. Or the theoretical ones. We can substitute C coincidence for CT or C experimental, as I showed you before. And then these little symbols here mean orthogonal, meaning if we put 0 degrees here, θ1 orthogonal would be 90 degrees. And so basically we change the polarization, the angle of the polarizers to certain particular angles, and then we calculate this S parameter to then test for violations. And if the S parameter is greater than 2 and less than 2 square root of 2, then we know that we are getting some violations. And here are the different angles, expressed in the formalism, and basically, these are the results we get, and you're seeing these results for the four states. Those are the landscapes, and those are the experimental, and you see that there are some modulation patterns here that usually shouldn't appear in the formalism if you stick to the formalism that you learn in university, in quantum mechanics basic texts. But if you understand that a little bit better, you have to investigate where that a little bit deeper. And when you normalize that, then you get, these are the expected normalized results. You see them here very clearly for the 4 states. And these are the normalized results that we got. And the landscapes are very, very close. And of course, statistically, we calculated the significance of that. And these are the angles we tested for the violations. Okay, and these are the formalisms now particularized to this particular set of angles. So this is the parameter that allows us to test for inequalities and the angles that we test. And these are the violations, which are very, 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 very good results compared to the, in the similar order of precision of the paper of Kuwait. And this is all the states. And here is how we phase shifted from here to here, back through this angle that is produced by the that is produced by shifting the quarter wave plate to a certain angle. So basically, let me see. Where am I going here? Oh, here. Basically, these 4 angles here, these 4 states, we produced by changing the quarter wave plate. And shifting from this to here, we needed the half wave plate. So these 2 states we produced by shifting a quarter wave plate. They go from plus to minus. And this one we shift from here to here by shifting the half wave plate. Okay, and these 2 are produced by shifting the quarter wave plate. And that's produced with the half wave plate and the alpha parameter that I show you to change signs in the wave function. So, okay, so basically now the question is, what happens when we put this angle, the alpha angle, into an angle different than 0 and pi? That was precisely the question we wanted to ask. And so we explored putting the quarter wave plate in 22.5 and 45 degrees. And here you see how the landscapes phase shift. Now, it's important to tell you that if I don't compensate for this shift in the results, I don't get violations. So these shifts have to be compensated for in the results. You have to adjust the angles where you evaluate the Clauser inequalities the violation parameter to be able to actually restore the violations, to get the violations. There are violations. These are correlated states. These are phase shifted Bell states as we know them. But the great surprise here was not that. The great surprise, because that was predicted by the formalism of quantum mechanics. The great surprise was, you see the theory? That's the theory, the line of the theory. When we put it at 45 degrees. When we put it at 45 degrees, you can tell already qualitatively that this is a very different state than this one. And by the way, this is not anymore an entangled state. And in this state, we don't get violations. So the question was, why in the world we get these violations? So we endeavored to understand, first of all, what it meant, these attenuations that we got in the wave function before normalization, which should be explained and theoretically. So we then made the formalism more precise than just the sine square component of the formalism and put this all together into MATLAB, into Octave, which is a version of MATLAB, a type of version of MATLAB. It's not MATLAB, but it's a software that does what MATLAB does. And we put this as a operator for the polarizer. This is the operator for the quarter wave plate, and you can see the alpha here. And this is the operator with a beta for the half wave plate. And when we solve the equations, the factor of the intensity of the light that accounts for the accounts turned out to be this one here. And of course, this is different than just the sine to the power of sine theta minus theta plus the power of 2. These are different formulas. And when we plotted them, well, it just happened that the theoretical formulas that we got reproduced very, very well the results. I mean, backwards. The results were accounted by the theory, okay? And you can see that. And this is the correction I was telling you before. The phase shifted states, you know, by an angle of 22 had to be corrected in the formalism, I mean, in the computations of S to actually be able to get the entangled photons. And you can read in parallel when I'm talking if you feel like you want to know a little bit more about that. But I mean, basically, I'm telling you what's around here. And here are the violations for the phase shifted Bell states. And when we get to 45 degrees, meaning this landscape, no violations. It's less than 2. So the big question here remains, why in the world we don't see violations for this angle? This is something that most of us, actually none of us, have been able to answer. And we have then some question marks about further interpretations of quantum mechanics because of this, at least in this experimental setting, optical setting that we have. But I want to show you here, right here, this landscape is kind of this landscape, but this one is without quarter wave plate and without half wave plate. This is the crystal producing the cones. And you can see that there is no shifts in the signals like here. And so this produces a landscape like that. And this is without quarter wave plate. Now, when we put the quarter wave plate in 40, and this is the same, but this is when it's misaligned. You get a misalignment, you get this type of, you know, variations. So you have to be very careful with the alignment. So with no quarter wave plate, we have this kind of landscape, which is exactly the same kind of landscape we get when we have it at 45 degrees. Now, that it's a hint to approach the problem. But these are correlated photons that produce no violations. And these are correlated photons that produce no violations. Nothing in the optics and the physics have been changed. And that really sent my alarms in ringing, because I am like Kiko and like Paul on the side of sticking baseline to what we know works, and Copenhagen works. That's why Seilinger and Aspect and Clauser got the Nobel Prize. But on the other hand, we're called, on one hand, to stick to what we know works, but on the other hand, to be very alert on falsifying theories, that particular theories that are not resolved in terms of interpretations about fundamental reality. And this is where we want to take this journey to understand better these correlations. And there are some question marks. Is this produced by a certain hidden variable model connected with the quarter wave plate, since we actually prepare the states ourselves? If we send a photon to another side of the planet from our lab, and we prepared it, we would know the phase of the quarter wave plate, but the receiver wouldn't. And until we give them the phase, they would not be able to restore the violations. And so that could be a form of hidden parameter for other people, for example. Or maybe there is a super determinism there. Or maybe it's like Giuseppe Vitiello says it in his paper. You know, I'm going to read it. Phase-mediated long-range correlations over space-like distances find their origin in the coherent dynamical structure of the collective mode vacuum background. When entanglement is studied in quantum field theory formalism, in a natural way, there are no spooky forces at a distance and violations of special relativity bounds. So basically, the point here is we observe in the lab the same correlations as any other lab, but we cannot say there is spooky action at a distance insofar this is happening and there are no violations, because are precisely the violations that end together with the formalism of the wave function that sparks the interpretation of spooky action at a distance. But if we don't go by the formalism, if we try to find really what's going on in the physics of it all, we should investigate the correlations instead of assuming from now on, because of the formalism and the conclusions we've reached through the Copenhagen interpretation, that actually there is spooky action at a distance. So that, to me personally, remains a question mark. There are colleagues of mine in the lab and others, like, you know, many others like Kiko and maybe Paul and others, that would, you know, try to be very skeptical about any hidden variable models. I am to an extent too. But I would also be open to the possibility of investigate what in the world correlations mean without accepting face value spooky action at a distance, which would put us back to Einstein and de Broglie. And I would mention Bohm, but I don't want to go into Bohm because Bohm has many faces in his physics. But let's say Einstein and de Broglie should suffice to understand more deeply what are the admonitions they gave us in relationship to possible incompletion understanding on the formalisms of quantum mechanics. And that's where, okay, so I want to show you one more thing. We can change the quarter wave plate dynamically, and I did that. And I show you here dynamically how I can go to a non-entangled state to an entangled state, but you know, nothing has changed in the experiment apart from dynamically changing, you know, the phase. And look, I still see that there are some correlations there, but this whole dynamical mixed up state would not show violations. This landscape, it would be a mixture of violations in this region of the phase and non-violations around here. And this is all one experiment, changing the quarter wave plate continuously, let's say each experimental run, which we shift the quarter wave plate by 9 degrees or something like that. And so that is a very interesting thing. Now, this experiment we did inspired on a paper of a real experiment that has been recently done in a lab which sent the photon 10 kilometers away from the lab they were producing it. And that photon had to travel, and that was a 24/7 experiment. And when the sun was rising, that was contaminating the measurements. And when in the night it was good, but when it was raining, the photons were hitting water drops, and that was somehow changing the violation. So they had to compensate for that. And there are questions about the phase shift that water molecules, water drops would produce in the photons, which may resemble this kind of situation. On top of that, they had to compensate for what the delayed photon experiment would have to compensate to recover the violations, which is the fact that you're sending a photon 10 kilometers away. So if you measure the coincidences in a window of 10 nanoseconds, of course, you're not going to see them. So you have to extend the window of coincidence at least to the delay of the photons experience in 10 kilometers. So those are kind of some important applications. I want to show you these last pictures because I think this is really illustrative. So in this regime here, we can go from psi plus to psi minus by shifting the quarter wave plate. And we can phase shift with the quarter wave plate, put the quarter wave in any of these angles. Well, we will be in the region of psi minus in between here and here, psi plus, and we would be in the region of psi minus between here and here, and we'll return to psi plus on these angles in the quarter wave plate, and so on. Now, I want to show you the whole spectrum of angles rotating the quarter wave plate. By the way, these were weeks of running experiments. Every one of these experiments on a certain resolution is about between 2 to 4 hours. So you can do your calculation. There are four graphs like that. So this is a phase shifted state in 67.5 degrees, goes down. This one is 45. This is the classical landscape. I'm going to call it the classical landscape. This is the 22.5 degrees. This is again here the 0 degrees, which is a Bell state, a traditional Bell state. This is minus 22 degrees, 22.5 degrees, which would be the equivalent to 337.5, phase shifted by the same amount of this one and that one. 45 again like this one, but a mirror, you know, it's shifted. It's like the mirror image, you can say, or something like that. So this is a classical state, but shifted. This is again 22.5 degrees below this angle, and so on. And you can see that they all are consistent with shifting angles of 22, 45, and from the normal traditional Bell state, 0 and 90. And that happened for, you know, you can see these experiments here for psi plus and psi minus. They're all here. All right. And then you can see that for in the circles for psi plus and psi minus. They're here. And then you can see that for, for phi plus and phi minus. I don't know if there's a delay, because when I say phi plus and phi minus, psi plus and psi minus, you should see that. When I say phi plus, that's psi plus and psi minus, it's phi plus and phi minus. And with that, I will do some concluding remarks, and we can go questions and answers. And basically what I want to say is that even though we have experimented with within a well-researched topic like photon entanglement, we feel we have tapped into a certain amount of surprise based on our results when using a quarter wave plate. And for us, that indicates that we really need to look deeper into the very nature of these correlated photons in the physics, in the labs. That's why I love working with people like Kiko, because we're on the experimental side. And so we have to be questioning our theories all the time. And so, of course, he finds a lot of confirmations for the theory. I'm kind of finding an exceptional surprise here, which I never expected to find, by the way. But here is our behavior of phase shift EPR Bell states. At this time, I want to say that we have done nothing new in quantum physics. This is the baseline experiment of Zeilinger. And we chose that experiment before they received the Nobel Prize, because we thought that was the best paper. When they received the Nobel Prize, we failed. Oh, well, we're on the right track. This is really a good baseline. And we already felt like that, but that was a good confirmation. And the only thing that is surprising and that it's taking us on new frontiers of exploration is the quarter wave plate model and the phase shift. We clearly see coincidence counts correlations as prescribed by the formalisms of quantum mechanics, no doubt about that, yet the idea of entanglement, described as spooky action at a distance, continues to be questionable. We haven't resolved fully the interpretation, but we have more a glimpse into the experimental side of the correlations that could take us on understanding better what's going on there, and if there is or not really spooky action at a distance. It seems spooky action at a distance like a belief that remains in the realm of some minds with some metaphysical commitments, so we'll accept that. That's very valid. We ought to contemplate deeper on that, and we aspire to understand fundamental reality better. And we have ruled out the possibility that the quarter wave plate was defective, since we replicated the experiment with the use of 2 different quarter wave plates from a very good provider. We actually bought a second one just to make sure that it was not a defect of the quarter wave plate. And then we used this is the wave plate we use, the quarter wave plate, an 8080 order quarter wave plate, which is a very good quarter wave plate for this kind of experiments, very stable. And we made sure that they were, orthogonal to the beam, but also they're not so sensitive to temperature and another parameter, which doesn't matter at the moment. And so it's very hard that this quarter wave plate is responsible for an artifact at 45 degrees. That's almost, for us, it's possible, but it's not something that we believe it's happening, because we were very stringent with that. Now, we intend to explore the effects of correlations that are produced by introducing a delay greater than 20 nanoseconds in the signal in one of the arms. But we did that kind of classically by putting a cable, a very long cable, like 30 meters cable, and delaying the 20 meters cable, the signal, by almost 20 nanoseconds. And we did that after measurement, which of course trivially should have a delay. And we were able to restore the correlations because that's basically no delay before measurement. But we want to do this delay before measurement. And I have a suspicion that we're going to be able to restore the correlations. And if we restore the correlations, then the question would be how in the world these photons are entangled in time. Because now, if we see the correlations with delays, then this is a bigger or another whole subject and issue of research. And since things cannot travel faster than the speed of light, and we have a delay at the speed of light, why would that mean entanglement as considered as spooky action at a distance if we would restore these correlations? So this would be other experiments. So finally, I want to really express my deep gratitude to Kerry, to Martin, to Leo. Martin is the head of the lab, Martin Hugerland. Leo, it's a mentor to us in the lab, a very good friend, an extremely good quantum optics physics person. Howard, it's Howard Carmichael, is a retired professor at the University of Auckland and very good theoretical physicist. Paul Werbos, that you all know here in this group, or most of you, which is like a mentor and a person in quantum physics that has guided us very good, very well during these years. Kiko, of course, who is, as you saw, very well versed in these experiments and who gave us an incredibly valuable support in the beginning of our journey with this experiment by trying to understand how to actually align the crystal properly to get some violations. Which was a very arduous journey, and Kiko helped us a lot. I actually had to send my crystals to Kiko, and he tested my crystal because I was just doubting the crystal, starting to doubt it because we would not get any kind of measurements. And he told me, no, I tested the crystal and your crystal is good. So we knew at least that the crystal was good. So that took us 2 or 3 months when we said, okay, we're going to have to have an infrared camera and photograph these cones to align this equipment properly, because in the dark we could not do it. And okay, so that's that. And Steve, a guy from the guy who provided the BBO, the technical guy of the provider of the BBO crystal, who also gave us a lot of support in the beginning. Mohammed, who is a very good friend, a PhD student, submitted his thesis in matter-light interaction, whom has helped us and being a great companion in the lab, and not only for quantum physics, but for very deep philosophical and spiritual matters, that we actually have conversations like that while the experiments are running. And because otherwise we're aligning equipment, so we're too focused. And other colleagues that through the years gave us a lot of support in the lab. And finally, my gratitude also is extended to Mark Flory and Tom, his friend in Atlanta, who were very kind to meet with us and share with us their ideas about this experiment and what they've done with these kind of experiments, and give us some warnings about what to, further test to make sure that we're not incurring in some, errors, just by aligning or by you misusing the quarter wave plate and things like that. So, and Mark and has a really good model or an alternative interpretation model of what's going on with entanglement and correlations, which I'd like to hear him more sharing and perhaps doing things together. And he works on understanding the relationship between the source and the photons and the standing waves that can be created that produce this kind of result. But I'm not versed in his experiment, so I'll let him one day explain us his experiment. And with that, I thank you all for listening, and let us have questions and answers and talks and discussions, and thank you.
If anyone has some questions, we have Kiko. Go for it.
Hi, Joshua. Very nice talk. Looks like you're exploring a very interesting range of parameters. Now, I mean, I don't know about the quarter wave plate and an arbitrary angle, but when the quarter wave plate is at 45 degrees, and that's in the path of one of the photons, I'm thinking that it is converting. Say, if we think of the state of the photon as being, horizontal, vertical, the horizontal might be converted to right circular, and then the vertical could be converted to left circular. So all of a sudden, your state, instead of being HVVH, would be like HRVL or something like that.
Something like that.
Some kind of a mixed something that is no longer like the standard HVVH kind of thing, and then
correct.
Interesting correlations there, right? That haven't been investigated. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I have done that a lot with Martin, the formalism of that side of the arm, and I think I explored a little bit with that with you too. And we have a situation where we are with the quarter wave plate changing from horizontal polarization to circularly polarized light. Now the question is why it would shift to a classical regime when these are correlated photons. I mean, why don't we see violations? And if we don't see violations, they still correlated photons, so we shouldn't call them entangled photons. And then if we shouldn't call them entangled photons, but they're correlated photons because they're produced by the same crystal at the same time, etc., then the question is, what in the world is really happening here at the fundamental level of reality? And I don't have an answer for that question, Kiko, and I don't think none of us in the lab have found an answer. Martin and all of us were surprised with this result.
I should add a comment here that it's not, it really actually has been investigated, but the results have not been published, and certainly they're not widely discussed as yet. And that's part of what our purpose is here. One of the ways this got started was I spoke to Yeshua about prior work, which was done with Fleury and with the German group, which you cited in the very beginning. A lot of these things have been looked at, but we haven't published the results. There's a lot of work still to be done.
Correct. And I think many people of that group, and I remember Paul and I agreed that we wouldn't mention the groups that have produced these results because it's kind of, confidential, and it's a sensitive subject to the community, and very understandable, because what if, let's say, what if there is no spooky action at a distance? Can you imagine what happens in the community with the textbooks only? So it's not something we should take lightly. It's not something that I take lightly. I would not claim that we have found, any differences from the Nobel Prize findings, apart from very surprising results that require more understanding. So until many labs have tested that properly, and we have conversations and dialogues and discussions, formally about what's going on here, I don't feel that I'm in the position to claim anything more than this is the results we're getting, and they're surprising, and there is no correlations.
So you have published it for the first time.
Well, it's already in archives, and we are finding the right platform to publish that. And we are in the process of publishing, yet we have not chosen the platform, because we could go optics experiment, which is a really good platform, but we could go fundamental physics, and whatever platform you choose is going to have different reactions. So the question is, what platform would be more appropriate to have a reaction that it's a benevolent reaction that we can all investigate together, and not a turmoil of discussions that will never get people to talk to each other? And so that is also a very important decision, which platform and how we do that. And so we're very careful. You know, it's actually taking more time to analyze, to choose the journal than to analyze the results. For real.
And let me add, there's some real politics in here. I thought we had solved some of these problems a few years ago when we built up a new collaboration with Wilczek's collaborators in Tsinghua University. We had a great visit there. They had an apparatus capable of doing the triple photon entanglement experiment. They were ready to go. I took a picture of the alternate histories experiment that they have published before. It's a different version of quantum mechanics, supported by Wilczek at MIT. I took a picture of that apparatus, put it in Facebook, and then something happened. It turns out that Tsinghua University is of interest to the Chinese military. And so they had added something to the experiment, which included top secret Chinese military communications technologies, which they assumed nobody in the US would know about. And there it is in Facebook. The Chinese military suddenly became a very serious factor. And it will be a bit of an effort to restore some of those collaborations. The things that get in your way in this business can be really tricky.
Yeah, and the other thing, to complement what Paul is saying, is that I was telling you that the quarter wave plate is an extra parameter that you can use to, let's say, encrypt information. So you can have encryption of a kind, if that's gonna ever work. We can have encryption, and on top of that, we can shift the Bell state, knowing in the sending side of the experiment the phase shift, and communicating the shift to the other receiver end via a completely different mean than you're communicating the entangled state. And so that would be an extra parameter for security in an encrypted state. For example, I can think in terms of that. How to deal with weather corrections when you're sending entangled states very far from one place. If the weather, like water drops or moisture, is actually phase shifting somehow the photons that are traveling. So those are the things that are very complicated at the moment, and we need to think about. I think Song had a question, or Mark has a question, and Anton has a question. So Kerry, you moderate that. I don't want to.
Yeah, Anton, you want to ask?
Yeah, thank you. Can I just share my screen very quickly? And
yes, go.
Here we are. Basically, why don't you try this? We talked about the quarter wave plate, and without a quarter wave plate in the setup, Alice and Bob will have vertically and horizontally, actually other way around, horizontally and vertically signals. You put the quarter wave plate at 45 degrees into Alice's path. You get a right orientated circular polarized. She will have 50-50 polarization. And the question is, will spooky action cause Bob to have a 50-50% polarization? I'll unshare my screen. And that is my basic,
this is I think what we did.
can I just finish? I think we're complicating by always having to go to the belt state where we have two signal paths with both horizontal and vertical. Why not just investigate the horizontal and the vertical and see if there is a spooky action between those without the complications of having both states in the path?
Yeah, no, but this is what we did, and it's already been investigated without the quarter wave plate that there is correlations that are interpreted by certain schools like Copenhagen as spooky action at a distance. That's now, how can you investigate if there are a spooky action at a distance or not? That's a really good question. We can take that in different directions. We could do it the way Mark it's recommending. We could do it the way Giuseppe Vitiello is recommending. We could do it the way Sabine Hosenfeller, with her toy model recently published, is recommended. We could do it in many ways. Because we have the lab set up, we can do it the way of the optics. And the way of the optics is a very kind of, let's say, easy experimental way to do that at the moment. And so that's why we chose that. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't investigate that in many other ways. And I agree with you. We should take as many paths as we can to investigate what in the world means spooky action at a distance when we see it as correlations instead of just dropping conclusions based on the formalism of quantum mechanics.
Well, I'm investigating more on the physical side of, or the mathematical side of things, and I've got some explanations, which I don't want, this is not the platform now to discuss these, but out of those realizations, I've come up with these diagrams that I've just showed you.
That's wonderful. But what the diagram that you show me, I think that's the experiment we did. We put a quarter wave plate at 45 degrees and we got no correlation.
Yes, but you use the beams which have both horizontal and vertical. And what I'm saying is, instead of going there, you take the top and the bottom, so you only have horizontal there and only vertical there. Then you put a quarter wave into...
Anton, I get it. Thank you. I get it. What happens is that if you choose the vertical polarized light and the horizontal polarized light, theoretically, I would say you will not get any violations because there is no entangled state there.
No, but the entangled state is only given by the Bell conditions, which requires both of them. And that doesn't make sense. That is a human construct. Yeah. The physical construct is that we start with a beam. That beam splits into two beams. And because it splits, and with conservation laws apply, that these two have now have a certain physical parameters. Now you change one of the physical parameters, the other one must do as well, which would mean there is some other field connecting them.
Yeah, I get your idea. This is an experiment we can do very easily.
Yeah, it's very easy. I can basically, I will send you some of my papers and so on, and you can look at it and we can talk about it at a different platform.
Thank you, Anton. That's a really good, insightful, simple way of proceeding at the moment.
Yeah, because basically what I'm doing, and if the outcome is what I predict, then you've got communication at light speed. Because you go between two stations in the middle, this one does something here, and this one just sees it on the distribution of the polarization immediately.
I get it. I get it.
I think others want to have questions there.
There are some loopholes that we will not be able to close in our lab, but let's say that it's interesting. Yeah, let's keep in touch.
I will. I've got your email address, so I'll send and keep Paul and Kiko. Kiko, I'll find your email address on your website. I'll copy you as well.
Wonderful. Thanks, Anton. And Mark, We've got 3 more people with questions, and then we're going to...
Okay. I'll try to keep mine brief. I am the layman in the room, and I just thank everybody for letting me into this as distinguished forum to understand how much physics has changed since I studied it 60 years ago, and it's so exciting to be with the really smart people who are thinking about this. So thank you all for letting me in. And I just want to understand, I think I understand from Yeshua's comments just now, what's going on. In other words, there's stuff happening that we don't fully understand in this realm. And one of the explanations is spooky action at a distance, which comes from Einstein. And interestingly enough, you can do an acronym of that, SAAD. It's pretty sad. But that some people are, this is the question. Some people are accepting that and some are not, but we'd really like to know what's going on. And is that really what we're after here, is to try to say, essentially, what, as scientists, what is really happening here in this whole realm of quantum physics? And I think that's your goal. You can confirm it. I applaud it, certainly.
Yeah. If you ask me personally, that's my desire to understand a little bit better, a grain of sand better in the ocean of complexity, what in the world's going on there. And Paul and I have this desire always to go deeper. We don't stop where we have arrived, which we have that kind of attitude towards life. We're always inquisitive, inquiring more, and falsifying, trying to falsify the theories we have, not out of rebelliousness or anything like that, but out of understanding that we don't know it all. Exactly that. And then
classical physics before Newton was in this time. I mean, we've always progressed through these kind of states of unknowing and then figuring things out. I can't wait to hear Paul's presentation. Thank you all so much for letting me in.
No, thank you for being here, Mark, and I'm really glad that we can spark the interest of people like you to be part of this group, because you since I've met you, you've been always an interesting person to converse with. Thank you for being here.
Mark made a comment asked about what are our goals. It's very important. I, at least, am very torn. I think Yeshua is too, between multiple goals, trying to benefit humanity in multiple ways. Yeah. And so understanding how quantum physics works has been a very big part of my life. But I promise people that when it is my turn, I will focus on those aspects of fundamental quantum physics which I think are understood in principle today, even if most people don't know about them. I will not talk about these advanced measurement concepts. I really would love to, because changing the models we use for quantum measurement, this is a solid state physics device, measurement device issue. And I'm really interested in that. I've spent years on it. But I promised that I would be helpful to the people who are building new technology today based on the physics we already get from David Deutsch and from the Copenhagen model of measurement. And I don't believe the Copenhagen model, but I intend to show people what you can do with that model, with David Deutsch's physics, which actually have physical implications at the foundations far beyond what most of the world begins to imagine. So application will be my #1 goal today.
And the other part of that is one of the conversations Paul and I always had, is that we're very well aware by firsthand experience, by personal experience, subjective experience, of the deeper dimensions of life. And since this is a set of presentations on consciousness too, the question is why people were mixing up quantum mechanics with states of consciousness and spiritual experiences. And Paul and I didn't sit well with that neither, because it's one thing to have spiritual experiences, and it's another thing to shift a quarter wave plate in the lab. You know what I'm saying? There's almost no correlation between the two, apart from the fact that you can do it happily or frustratedly, but no, we have to, I think the bottom line in our conversation through the years is that we have to make a little bit of a house cleaning in the world of physics, one, and in the world of the studies of consciousness, two, before we can actually build a coherent, sane bridge between the two. And so that's also part of the things that have motivated our understanding of quantum physics and consciousness and brain dynamics and all that, biology and, you know, at the level of the neurons through the years, because we want to understand how to improve our condition as human beings. So if we understand ourselves better and consciousness, and we understand the physics of the universe, we conjecture we would be able to make better decisions about ourselves and others, and perhaps towards peace, which was one of the things, you know, issues that you raised in the beginning. How can we address these issues to grow spiritually? I mean, we have advanced so much in technology. We have these wars in the world still. How do we advance ourselves to a better way of biologically existing in harmony with ourselves and others? And I think there are technological and spiritual and biological challenges that we have to address to reach that level of harmony, social harmony in the future as a species.
Okay, so we have, Paul's meant to start in like 10 minutes, and we were going to have a half an hour break in between. So I want to respect that there's 2 more speakers to come, and maybe people need to have a little break, but we have also 3 people that have questions here left. So Paul, where are you at? Are you happy to ride a little bit?
So we're going to start again in about 10 minutes. Is that the idea?
We'll need, well, to keep it the time, your timetable, and for Song, we'll need to start in about 10 minutes for you.
Okay, I'm going to actually see if I can show you what I want to show you. And okay, and I need to show slide view. Okay, this will be a good point of departure when I start.
Okay, so we can leave that up while everyone has
Just
a break.
leave it up.
Yeah,
leave it up.
Well, if the questions are directed to me, Carrie, I'm happy to answer them as they're here, and people can go and rest if they need to.
Yeah,
if the questions are between participants, wonderful. Let's hear the conversation.
Yeah, we have Hal and Ravi and Song that have some questions. So whoever needs to have a break maybe can have a quick break before Paul starts in 10 minutes. And whoever wants to stay, Joshua is happy to stay and continue to answer questions. Yeah?
That's great. Joshua, thank you very much. I remember in the past you have alluded to the application, maybe in biology. And given what you just said, I think I have a simple question that I don't want to ask right now, which is, what are your thoughts about applications in biology? In fact, after Kiko's talk, I did some searching and I found an interesting vein of research on the question in the area of decoherence of photon entanglement. And I sent you and Paul and Kiko a message describing Gemini's answer to the question, are there any microscopic methods using decoherence of photon entanglement? I also want to ask that about macroscopic methods and mesoscopic methods, but I'm very willing to park that question until maybe Paul wants to look at it or someone's ready to talk about it in a more relevant context. I'd like to defer to Ravi and Sung. Thank you.
Okay. Sung, you want to go? You have a question?
Hey, thank you for the nice talk. I've listened to your talk maybe 4 or 5 times in the past. I think this one clarified a lot of things for me, but I've had a long way to go to completely understand what you've done. And Kiko's lecture also helped me understand your lecture. Now, my question is am I right to conclude that what you've done is to demonstrate that there are correlations between Alice and Bob, but it need not be all due to the entanglement. The correlation, there may be two kinds of correlation, entanglement and non-entanglement. That is my question. Is that
this is a hard question to answer and a very easy question to answer at the same time.
Okay.
Because if the simple answer is that I don't know, because I don't know, because I see the correlations, I measure the correlations, I measure the violations, but there is one state in a certain angle that the photons are equally correlated, they're produced by the same crystal, but there is no violations. So my difficult way of answering that would be that my way of interpreting this result is that we should listen to the warnings of Einstein and de Broglie again, that we should take in consideration that maybe we should investigate more these correlations instead of concluding that there is spooky action at a distance, something that we have accepted based on the Copenhagen interpretation, and now, of course, the Nobel Prize that was given to Antoine and Seilinger, and I mean to Seilinger, to Clauser, and to Aspig. And so I don't know if there is entangled photons or just correlated photons. I just know that there is correlated photons and that they don't seem like spooky action at a distance for me when I manipulate them with the quarter wave plate, because I'm the one who's choosing if I produce that or not, with the quarter wave plate. It's not the crystal. The crystal it's producing the same photons.
Okay, let me put in my comment in another way. The way I understand is that there are correlations between Alice and Bob, but it need not be action at a distance. There may be mechanism which is not action at a distance, in the physical sense, in Einstein's sense. If this is true, then maybe there's something missing in current interpretation of quantum mechanics. And
not in the interpretation, in one of the interpretations.
Okay, one of the interpretations, that the Einstein's interpretation. Now, one missing element may be the consciousness. I mean, when you change the angle of alpha, it's not done automatically. It's not done nature. It's done by the experimenter, who is a conscious agent. So maybe by bringing in consciousness into quantum mechanics, we can resolve this. We can understand what you've done.
Well, okay. So one way of ruling out that was to actually let the machine change that automatically, and I'm at the beach surfing, not knowing what the machine is doing.
But you've done.
So it's not it got nothing to do with my consciousness.
But you have done the program the machine before you went surfing.
Yeah, that's correct.
So maybe we have to bring in consciousness into quantum mechanics.
We have to introduce human action. Is that what you mean by consciousness? Because really what we have is a human action, changing the quarter wave plate, or a machine action, or a program. It's still an action in the world. It's not the mind.
Their production of consciousness, human mind. All these changes that you mentioned is done by a conscious agent, or experimenter. So we need to bring in experimenter. I think I also like the comment made by Ravi, who said that when you produce entangled particles, you've already done that. The particles were already entangled before it was split into two. And that preparation step of the entanglement experiment may explain why Bob and Alice observing correlation. It was already entangled before there was split and measured.
See, here we have probably a problem of context, not content. You know, because you're using a language which might not, you're using the word entanglement in a way that might not be used in quantum physics. The particle, the 4 or 5 nanometer pump laser photons, that's a single photon. There's no entangled photons there. There is only one photon, or the stream of photons. So when they are down converted, they are actually converted into a pair. Physically, they are a pair of photons.
Well, that's what I mean. You see, in order to produce 2 paired photons by crystal, you have to choose the right input beam. Not all the input beams will produce entangled photons, as I understand it. So the experimenter already has produced entangled beam before crystal.
Not before. Okay, so what you say is that my plan to produce entangled photons is already producing in the future the entangled photons.
Yes. Your plan.
Okay, so my mental plan of doing of using a quarter wave plate and a beam that is going to go through, that is going to down convert, all that plan is shaping the experiment. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. What you will prove is what you have proved, what you have planned.
Yeah. Okay. So I have to agree with that. I plan my experiments very carefully, and I carry them after a mental plan. So in that sense, consciousness, my mental plan, it's
the consciousness of the conscious mind of the experimenter is a part of this picture. If you remove it,
you see. Yeah, tell me. That there is a little bit of feedback. If I interrupt you, it's not because I want you. It's that sometimes I think that you finished, but keep going.
So if you remove that, you will not be able to explain what you measure based on causality.
Those are interesting explorations. I think we should continue exploring that. What I wanted to tell you is that there is Dean Radin, who's done experiments where there is that, that in his published papers, he's showing that there is indication that there is some form of mind-light interaction. Like actually the trained experimenter with mind mastery can actually change the condition of violations by mental concentration. Well, I don't know that there is a paper published on that. So on that side, I don't want to comment because, I mean, I don't know. I've never done that experiment, and certainly we have the table to do experiments like that. But I think there is so much to do in the context that we're doing at the moment, in just clearing up the physics. Then we can,
I agree.
Yeah, in parallel, because if we don't clear the physics, everything else is based on something that, it's still not clear.
Okay, Ravi's got one question, and then we're going to start with Paul in like a few minutes. So if we can start tying this one up.
What you
Thank you, Song. We will continue.
Okay.
Well, can I speak now?
Yes, Ravi, go for it.
What I do is I support Singhuji just now in terms of not only this experiment that you are doing, but in terms of any experiment anyone does anywhere, either in terms of doing the experiment or in terms of analyzing or understanding the results. In both cases, the cognizer, the human mind or the consciousness, is an element that affects that experiment or the data or the analysis. So there is universal presence of the whatever that entity or that factor in all experiments, including those in quantum physics. Number two, other than this consciousness, can the physicists think of any other way that the results can be interpreted, the correlation results can be interpreted, entanglement can be interpreted by things other than photons. We have other means. We have 4 or 5 different kinds of forces of nature. So maybe could it be through gravitons? Could it be through electroweak? There are other possibilities also to be explored. But in all of those, including resonances, including transient and very small response time particles, photon is just one of them. Of course, we are most familiar with it because we need light. So, but there are other things. That's all I wanted to say, but I like to hear from Yeshua.
Yeah, I concur. I concur that consciousness is an element of the whole equation. It's just that if we don't really know the physics, imagine putting consciousness in there. I mean, nobody has to convince me that mind and spiritual values and, you know, produce certain elements of reality which are very, very perceivable to the people who are awakened enough to see them. That's pretty clear to me. I live like that. I live like the prophets of old for 30 years in faith, you know, like just going from place to place, and synchronicities a la Young happening to me all the time. And we have documented that more than 1,000 stories. But the problem with that is that depends on people listening to my story. And if I'm a charming guy, well, that brings problems too with it, you know. So the question is, are these elements that are available of consciousness to all of us, and under which circumstances they really affect the physics of our bodies, of our health, or the experiments or the world, etc. If we don't understand properly the physics and the biology on a basic foundational level, incorporating the more intangible spiritual aspects of mind and metaphysics and spirit, you know, wisdom, it's going to make things much more difficult to understand, not to practice. See, on that side, I'm on the side of Copenhagen. That works. Use it. It predicts, it works, we can use it. Same with mind, spiritual matters. I mean, love is something real. You love your mother and your daughter or your son. You don't wait science to prove that love is real. That's insane. But if we want to address the influence of love in our lives, or truth or values, scientifically, we have to have a foundation on the physics, on the physical world that we can manage first, before incorporating, or in parallel with incorporating the more intangible aspects. And I think I'm going to lean to Paul, because he probably is going to go there.
I'll finish. Logic and reasoning are the minimum level. And if species other than humans can do it, they can probably interpret the same result. But we know certain other species we mistakenly call lower level of life, they probably don't understand it the way we do, but we don't know today. But that's another dimension of discussion. But the thing is, other than photon is certainly within our realm of discussion today.
Thank you, Ravi.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and thank you, Joshua. That was wonderful. We have Paul Wurbus up next. Paul is, amongst many things, a social scientist and machine learning pioneer. He won the IEEE Neural Network Pioneer Award for the original development of backpropagation and of adaptive dynamic programming. And today, Paul is going to cover a discussion on from the quantum AGI revolution to realism and observing the soul. And I'll open the floor to you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. I have to confess, I was really scared about how to do justice to this very complex topic. We are connecting subjects which we cannot really connect completely and truthfully in a brief period of time. And since I don't know which of the many questions you guys are most interested in, I promised I would try to be very brief in my introduction. I sent out a paper which has a lot of content. If people want, I could share the screen on the paper, but I sent it to you anyway. It went through 3 versions as people had questions. I promised that today I would focus on 3 levels of the foundations of physics, far beyond what most people get taught in universities. And I promised I would give you some background, then come up to level 1, the biggest new change, and if we have time, get to levels 2 and 3. So let me come back to what I was saying just before. For level 1, there are huge changes in technology which are directly related to the very survival of our species in this coming few decades. And a lot of these changes will depend on our understanding of the new technology. And we can understand that technology at a much higher level just by using what I call level 1 new physics. So I want to talk about level 1 new physics today and explain it well. What I often say to people, we have to learn to crawl before we can walk, before we can run, before we can fly. I spent the first part of my life learning how to fly. Then I learned I got to be more conservative and work my way back. I had a friend who said, you're practicing back propagation your life. You're starting from the end goal and working your way back to more elementary things as you get older. There's a lot of truth in that because we have to learn how to crawl. And that means, in my book, we have to learn the best present mainstream physics, how it works, what it really tells us that's relevant to things like device design. If there's time, level 2 gets up to changing things, and level 3 does get to some of the crazy stuff we're beginning to talk about. In the paper, I talk a little bit about how it is that I know these things that the other people don't know. I guess I have to say something personal. Please forgive me. When I got my PhD, you showed 3 Nobel Prize winners. You showed Clauser, you showed Aspects, and you showed Zeilinger. Okay? Those are good names to remember. Clauser was the most famous person who did the early Bell's theorem experiments. These were designed to test the prediction. Einstein predicted you couldn't get such strange results, and we did. The Clauser inequality, CHSH, they invented these experimental predictions to prove that Einstein was wrong. They proved that there are correlations which are not consistent with local causal hidden variable theory. That was what they proved. And it turns out one of my classmates was a guy named Holt. Clauser, Holt, Shimoni, and Horn. And Holt was the person who did the experiment first. And every day I talked to him about what the real results were. And I can assure you, the real results are different from what was published. And it's a long history about what were the real experiments and how were they published. The second name that you showed in that slide, the second Nobel Prize winner, was Aspects, Alan Aspects. He was the thesis advisor of a collaborator of mine that Yeshua has mentioned named Mark Fleury. Mark Fleury was the guy who did the work. And with any experiment, it's good to know the person who writes the paper and gets the Nobel Prize, but it might be helpful to know who did the actual work, who actually knows what was in the real experiment. Mark Fleury came to talk to me about some new experiments they performed a few years ago. And I was amazed that the results they got were radically different from what today's quantum predictions indicate. And that's why I proposed to him, let's take this Bell experiment, insert the quarter wave plate, rotate a polarizer, see how the results change. And sure enough, the results clearly disagreed with the predictions of the present day calculations. So I need to say what the present day calculations are. and a little bit about the changes. I'm not proposing we build technology based on these new discoveries by Fleury and myself. By the way, we posted our paper at ResearchGate. It's not secret. It's been out there. And we've certainly sent it to Yeshua. We discussed collaboration. But I don't want to focus so much on that. I want to focus on the technology we can build using David Deutsch's concept of how the universe works and David Deutsch's concept of how quantum measurement works. Notice I did not use the word interpretation. When I hear the word interpretation, I get a feeling of sickness in my stomach. One of my most important papers in the International Journal of Theoretical Physics, it's Bell's theorem, not just a matter of interpretation. I suspect that David Deutsch himself was one of the reviewers. That's probably part of how it got published, because he understood the importance of the new results. That paper was talking about how changes in the models of measurement change predictions in a very important way. And by the way, they also opened the door to reality, to Einstein's viewpoint. There are two main parts of any fundamental theory of physics. There's what you assume about the universe and the dynamics, and what you assume about the measurement. These are not interpretations. These are models. These are tools we use to make predictions. We make predictions for how the wave function will evolve in the universe, and we make predictions for the probabilities of what we will see if we put a big physical object into the experiment. So we model the physical objects that we use in the experiment, and we model the dynamics of the universe. And by the way, we don't need a human observer. That's obsolete. That's a great philosophy. People loved it. They write textbooks. They pray to it. And once you start praying to a false god, you'll do it for centuries. But the bottom line is no. It's measurement objects, probabilities of what you get from a measurement object. You can do it with a computer, as Yeshua was saying. So how do you make these predictions? Anyway, on this slide, I'm talking about the present mainstream physics. So I just want to go to level one. Forgive me for the background. There's a lot more to say about them. Well, actually, I owe you a little more. Okay, quantum technology is important. Many years ago, when I worked at the National Science Foundation, they asked me to run a new research program and create it in how we do modeling of electronic and photonic devices and systems using quantum theory in the design of systems and devices. They asked me to develop and run that new program because I took courses from Julian Schwinger, one of the guys who got the Nobel Prize for inventing the new quantum field theory. And I thought I knew something. And I set up that program. It's up in archive. And then I started to work as the NSF representative to the US government interagency program funding quantum technology. And I learned the whole history. Why was the US government funding quantum technology? What did they think about it? Why are they planning to spend $1 billion a year? It's a very interesting story. If we had time, I would love to tell you the old man's story. But the most important part of that story for me, a guy named Howard Brandt worked for one of the, well, I think the Army Research Lab. He was the thought director behind the whole interagency program. He was the person who made the plans and understood it. And in my first big meeting, he said, Paul, I bet you're confused by what you heard. Some of these experimental results, some of these device results, they don't fit what they taught you in school. And we know you went to a good school. Tough shit, okay? You went to a good school, but the results you've seen here don't fit the kind of physics they taught you. You thought you knew physics. Let me tell you how to learn the real physics. And he said, there are two books you got to start with. And one is by Walls and Milburn, and the other is by Carmichael. And Walls and Milburn was a better introduction. Carmichael was just more advanced and sophisticated. Okay? And these people understand some principles of physics they didn't teach you in school. And so I want to talk to you guys about one of those principles, and I want to talk to you about one of the other principles. But let me first say, the two principles I'm going to talk to you about, this is all level 1 physics. This is all the what quantum computers really are inside. These two principles that I'm going to talk to you about today, they're described in the paper I sent you. And I'll talk about them. They start from David Deutsch's view of physics. David Deutsch wrote a book called The Fabric of Reality. And he also wrote the papers Defining a Quantum Turing Machine, Proving Theorems about its universal computing abilities. And David Deutsch's theory, I hope you can see the whole slide. I hope you can see the whole slide, because the part on the right is what really matters here. If I have to, I'll reduce the size.
I think we see it all, Paul.
You see the whole slide? Okay, because the important part is on the right. David Deutsch states that the state of our entire cosmos at any time t is defined by this wave function psi, which is a function of time and x, t and x, where t is ordinary time and x is a point in something called Fock space. This equation, psi dot equals IH psi, this is the dynamic law which describes how the universe behaves, according to David Deutsch. And most of the quantum interpreters will say, oh, that's the modern Schrodinger equation. We recognize it. Yeah, you recognize it, but do you understand what it's saying? If you believe that this is the dynamic law of the universe, if you ask, what is the probability that the universe is in a certain state? This is a state. This is not a probability. In theory, if you want to know the probability distribution of possible states of a device or of a universe or of a planet, you have to know the probability distribution for the possible values of psi. The Copenhagen idiots, forgive me, that's what I would call them. The Copenhagen idiots, of whom there are many, will tell you that the wave function psi is how you encode the probabilities of what the state might be of the electrons, the particles, the universe. No, that concept does not work. I saw people who tried to build devices with that idea. They would not work. Under review, we knew they would not work because psi is a state of the universe in Deutsch physics. This is how quantum computers are built. What matters is a probability distribution for the possible state psi. Now, the beautiful thing is that in practice, you don't need to know all possible functions of psi. It's good enough to know functions that you can represent as a matrix, rho, called a density matrix. And that means the dynamics of a real physical object, like a chip or a quantum computer, or an experiment in quantum optics. In all of these systems, the state is not described by the wave function. It's described by probabilities of the wave function, which we represent as what they call a density matrix. So the first lesson is to build real devices that are working, you have to think about what is the density operator, how does it change over time. The dynamics of the density operator are not given by the Schrodinger equation. This doesn't describe the statistical thermodynamics of a real system over time. If you're building a device, you need to borrow a simulator, and there are simulators we're using out there. That simulator has to be able to deal with density operators and their evolution over time. And it has to have what's called master equations inside. And I didn't know what a master equation was until I read Walls and Milburn. And then I went to Carmichael for the more advanced version. Okay? But Walls and Milburn had the concepts. Carmichael's book talks about the applications to quantum optics. So that was lesson one. Lesson number two, which is in the paper I sent you. When people think about the multiverse theory, people call this the multiverse theory because the wave function psi represents, it's a function of what we call Fock space. He called it the multiverse. in this concept of quantum physics, there are multiple copies. You asked about the Schrodinger cat. There was a big debate from Schrodinger and the Copenhagen people about what happens in this Schrodinger cat experiment. Schrodinger thought up this experiment to try to prove how crazy the Copenhagen model was. Schrodinger thought it was crazy. Schrodinger said, here's the experiment. You put the cat, you got a Geiger counter putting in its head, set it up with a timer so that you know there's a 50% probability in quantum mechanics that the gun will go off and kill the cat. According to the Copenhagen theory of quantum observation, the cat is in a mixed state, half alive, half dead, until by opening the door, by your act of observation, you make the cat instantly be alive or dead. And the philosophers just love that. By looking at it, you make it be alive or dead. Schrodinger said that's stupid. What Deutsch says, in Deutschian physics, what he says is very simple. He says, when you open the door, you aren't making the cat be alive or dead. You are entangling yourself with a cat so that now there are two copies of you. One of you sees a live cat, the other sees a dead cat, and that's what this model of physics is actually predicting. And there's been a lot of study lately on whether we could believe such a crazy thing. I used to think it was crazy many years ago. How could we have a macroscopic Schrodinger cat, a whole big system like an airplane that's in a state of quantum superposition? Well, it turns out you can. And there have been 1,000 experiments over the last few years proving you can put a macro system into a state that's half alive, half dead. And I could talk for an hour because there are thousands of experiments that have proven that now. So when people think about the multiverse theory of physics from David Deutsch, by the way, if you look up his name, you'll find lots of YouTube videos that explain this multiverse point of view. If you try to understand this multiverse point of view, many people think, they believe that what happens is that the universe splits sometimes, like maybe the election we had maybe the last election we had in the US, maybe it was in quantum superposition, and maybe the universe branched into two branches, one where Trump is really president, one of which is where we are today, and maybe those universes just continue to evolve. And people imagine once you have a split, these universes will all just evolve with time. Turns out that's based on a simple misunderstanding of how the equation works. Because this equation has eigenvalues. And the states which dominate are states which are not virtual states. That we know from the real physics that there are things called virtual states, which are states which may be approximately eigenstates, but they deteriorate with time because the eigenvalue has an imaginary term. It's part of the basic mathematics. So the basic mathematics predicts you can build a system where a certain preferred state, proper energy state, will continue and the others will just disappear. And that's important because you can build technology to do that. We have a patent for quantum AGI, which exactly describes how to use this part of the physics, the virtual states, to select the state you want so you can control an airplane in such a way that the states you don't want for the airplane will disappear from the real world. You can create a state of quantum superposition, not just for a computer, but for an airplane. So the paper I sent you talks about how to do that. It is real aerospace technology. All of this can be done with devices we know how to build today, using hardware we know how to build today. And those are really the two things I wanted to talk about. The paper talks about them much more. This is not the highest level of physics. After we master this, we can move on to higher levels. The new models of quantum measurement will let us do even crazier things. And beyond that, this is all within the realm of quantum electrodynamics. New force fields, dark matter, the soul, those are also important areas. And my paper talks a little bit about all of those. But I really want to introduce these two principles. the superposition in time, which lets you build systems that get rid of the virtual states, and the probability distribution, which tells you you have to know about master equations. And when you build devices, you need to have simulators which account for the effect of noise, which the Schrödinger equation does not do. Anyway, thank you for your patience. I apologize if I tried to say too much, but now it's time for you guys to ask questions.
Okay. Paul is opening up for a dialogue here, so if anyone has something they want to bring forward.
Yeah, this is Suzanne Sienkiewicz. Could I ask a question for the team?
Go for it.
Okay. Wow, this has been an amazing presentation. Addressing this, what I've been learning, I am not in any of your pay grades. This is beyond a comprehension, but I'm getting up to speed. But what do all of you think? Since it appears that a small fraction of people, mega corporations, for example, are really going towards alignment and control research, with this ongoing race, right, from AGI to ASI, is it your position with quantum reaching ASI, which I have some really interesting thoughts that perhaps it could already be here. But when we're the race going from AGI to ASI with only a small fraction of industry and people in general, is it your belief that the more density we create, the more, the way around this is to get as many humans and as much the Internet of Things connected to be able to bring forth the data, either to prove that ASI is either already here or to measure AGI. I mean, AGI really is, we've got Copilot for coders, we've got ChatGPT for consumers, and as we're reaching ASI, what is quantum, like, if you could help explain with quantum running, of course, in the back end, I just see ASI happening even far faster than compounding, far faster than we anticipate. But I would love your opinion on that.
Okay, I'll put on my other hat. There is a thing called regulatingai.org. There's a group of people working in Washington to deal with the idea of what kind of policies do we need, from regulation to whatever, to prevent disaster in what's happening with the internet. And I'm very glad to have a chance to work with them because we have real problems. Yes. So where do we begin? One of the last times I was on an NSF review panel, maybe the last time, there are many, many people doing research in universities as well as companies on how to build large systems to control fleets, factories, the whole bit. What I found very scary is a lot of those people are simple-minded. It's like the people who believe in the Copenhagen measurement theory as God, and one of the things they believe is they believe in something called the Nash equilibrium. And the Nash equilibrium is a mathematical principle. If you have a whole lot of separate agents and they're each intelligent and each acting, the hope is that will create the kind of free market automatically that automatically makes it a good world. And I find that scary because that it's not how it works. There are people in game theory who know what is a Stackelberg model of game theory, which is interesting. There are people who try to find ways to design games so that the Nash equilibrium is good. And that's a good idea, market design. But you don't do market design by accident. And if all you have is a bunch of local politicians, you're not going to get a Stackelberg solution. You're going to get chaos. And a Nash equilibrium in certain kinds of systems is guaranteed to produce just death. I mean, that's entropy.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, if you look at just the political energy, right? And even with the mega corporations, right? The concern is about the control. The concern is about getting there first. The concern is done, right? And it's like, and with all this.
Unfortunately, there are a few people who are taking another path.
I hope so.
It turns out, for example, in the electric utility industry, there are people who have worked on multi-agent optimization systems that balance off the needs and interests of multiple actors. But you need solid mathematics, and to prevent collision and chaos, you need a kind of foresight. And for that mathematics, guess what? They're starting to use RLADP, of cognitive optimization, our new neural network deep learning methods. And those are critical to the power system judgments we do here today. But they only can handle a certain level of complexity. When you start to add a whole lot of solar farms, they start having troubles with the complexity. When you start adding people and human interactions, oh my God, are you asking for trouble? So my claim is, in order to have a sustainable, intelligent internet, we desperately need to develop the technology of quantum RLADP. And some people would say that's artificial superintelligence. I don't like the words artificial superintelligence because they come from people who don't know how to do anything, okay? There are people who invent buzzwords that they don't know how to implement. People get elected for making promises they have no idea how to fulfill. Artificial superintelligence is like that. However, quantum RLADP basically is artificial superintelligence if you build it.
Yes.
And we can build it, and we should. And by the way, that's why I'm on this call. And that's why I'm glad that some of the people working in the private sector to get started, to give us that technology, I'm glad that some of them are on the line.
Okay, help us propose it. I'm writer's block. Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you all of you. This was amazing.
Can we define RLADT?
Okay, good. By the way, I don't know whether Jordy or Amit are here. Probably not. It's a shame. RLADP stands for Reinforcement Learning and Approximate Dynamic Programming.
That's correct.
And there was a book called The Handbook of RLADP, edited by Lewis and Liu, which is still probably the best unified source on what RLADP really is. I did do an encyclopedia article that's a little more up to date. It's in the Encyclopedia of Systems and Control, edited by Samad. Kind of an expensive encyclopedia, I think. Tariq Samad is the guy. SAMAD from the IEEE Control Society. But yeah, RLADP, the book by Lewis and Liu is what I usually send people to. And God, it's a long history. It's hard for me not to talk for an hour on that subject because, well, it's a big subject. But let's just say we have new control methods. I can't say that they are descended in a way from von Neumann's work on neural networks and utility functions and optimization. They're related to the paper by Yeshua and myself in Frontiers, which gives a review of the neural network models and how they apply to the brain. And you could say this is basically kind of brain-like architecture. And I think it's important. RLADP is a family of architectures for intelligent systems. There are levels and levels of architectures. That's like any kind of an algorithm. There's a quick and dirty, easy algorithm that's not as fast. and then there are higher and higher levels, but you got to work. And RLADP, there are levels and levels of intelligence in decision and control. And
that's
the
correct.
And
Paul, I mean, once we have the right, I don't take this literally, prompts or the ability to train and have learned active reasoning, right? I mean, imagine, then we're going to close, that we're going to fuse this gap once, right? Once we train on when, AGI or ASI gets to the point where they're able to actively reason.
Yeah. So we're talking about intelligent systems.
Right.
And it is very much Yeshua's plan that in later mini conferences, we're going to get into that whole branch of mathematics.
Okay.
And I've spent more time on the mathematics of intelligent systems than I have on this physics. It's not a small subject. It's a very big subject. When you connect to the brain, first thing is we got to remember there are different types of brains out there. There are levels and levels of brains. There's strong evidence that the basic mammal brain has certain capabilities in intelligence beyond those of a reptile or an amphibian. On the other hand, there are different types of mammal brain. And there's reason to believe that we primates and humans have just a few little changes that change everything. There are a few little changes between the monkey and the human that have very big implications. You can change 1% of the genome, and the difference between having a human and having a monkey is noticeable at the level of human society. But the interesting thing I learned just this past year is that there are other species of mammal that have more advanced features than the human brain does. They just don't have hands.
Right, like ants and bees. I mean, you've heard of the ant before, right? The ants create the human creates, concrete, massive concrete, and it extincts the ant, kills the ant, right? So it's like that metaphor, kind of.
Well, we're going to get into that in the later workshops. It's hard for me to resist because I've spent a lot of my life.
I know.
But the more advanced mammals I was thinking of are certain types of cetaceans.
But some of us humans are raising our hands.
Can I interject for a second?
Of course.
I just want to say that what I've been thinking about, and I'd love to get into this more, is not so much that it's the intelligence going up. It's the intelligence going up where the emotions are not going up, or emotional control that we have. And therefore, as this intelligence goes up and as we get into all these new intelligence systems, we're still in many ways the same humans that we've been for $100,000 who fight, for 100,000 years, who fight, who are belligerent, who do all the negative things that humans do to each other. And I'm trying to figure out how we can coordinate those developments.
Yeah, let me emphasize, when I talk about the mathematics of intelligence, from the days I started in this, I have papers out there from 1972, which back up what I'm about to say. My initial models of intelligence in a mammal brain included emotions as one of the most vital pieces. And the neuroscience we connect to gets very, very deep into emotions. So this is not an alternative. I wish we still, is Dan Levine still around here? Yeah, he was here in the beginning. He's written whole books on the importance of emotions. And he and I always agree. I figured that was a starting point. If you don't have an emotional system, it's not an intelligent system. I've said a system that doesn't have values or goals, to me, that's not an intelligent system. But you can define the word intelligent any way you want. When I define the word intelligent system, or the phrase intelligent system, I include values which automatically imply a kind of emotional system as part of the design.
Okay, Paul, I was muted when you asked me whether I was here. This is Dan. I make the point in my book, page 60 of my book, that I have a background in mathematics. Mathematics is based on the difference between axioms and theorems. And reasoning can give you theorems, but it can't give you axioms. It can't tell you, if you're trying to create a better society, it can't tell you where you want to start from. It can tell you once you start somewhere, what kind of strategies to implement it and where to go from there, but it can't tell you where to start. And that's why we need to have emotions, and why Damasio and others have documented a system without emotions is not terribly, doesn't make terribly good decisions.
But emotions are both positive and negative, and also can be manipulated in various ways.
Sure.
And humans are very risky that way.
Yes.
Anyway, I mean,
Yeah.
are these question things working? Because
We've got a few people with hands up, so Uzi, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess
thoughts too, Mark. Just to finish with Mark's interjection, which I think it's interesting. Thoughts emotions can be manipulated and all that, but thoughts too. So the rational development of a human being can also be manipulated, not just the emotions. So everything is subject to manipulation.
And I would just say, yes, let's manipulate in positive directions.
Okay, Uzi.
Yeah, okay. So I guess I wanted to first, I enjoyed the talk. It reminded me a lot of the coherence theory. I mean, there was a paper by Zorek, and the point is that you have in the density matrix, the off-diagonal elements are multiplied by e to the minus alpha t's that really cause them to disappear really quickly, and you're left with the diagonal ones, which are the ones I think Paul is talking about. But in your case, this is why noise is essential to knock out the off-diagonal elements, which, but in that same paper, really in the second half, Zorek, to choose the diagonal state that survives from all the diagonal states, uses something like a many world interpretation. So, but I don't know if you're familiar with the Harous experiment, where he takes a wave packet of photons in a superposition in the number operator. So the number operator and the Hamiltonians commute. So you have a wave packet with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 photons, for example. And then he monitors it continuously, and he shows how it collapses, let's say, in the number operator into 2 photons continuously. So I'm just curious. I still don't understand exactly how you think that the diagonal state is chosen. Okay. If you don't use the many world interpretation.
Okay. Well, now here's the interesting thing about the many worlds theory of physics. I don't believe it is the ultimate truth. I prefer hardcore Einstein realism. And if we got really technical, I would explain why and how. The paper I sent out, by the way, I sent out a V3 version of this AGI paper. And I have a couple of links to the more advanced stuff. But I'm proposing the people who are building systems today, the people we need. It's just like you want a highway engineer who's going to know Newtonian mechanics for gravity. You don't want to require your highway engineer to know general relativity, okay? That's just not an efficient way to get a highway built. So in the same sense that you need Newtonian gravity and mechanics for highway development, you need David Deutsch multiverse physics for developing the new quantum AGI computers, which we are working on, and we need more people. It's just begun, this whole process. So they have to understand the multiverse mathematics better. So we need to train people to know the multiverse mathematics better than they do now, even if it isn't the ultimate truth. But in the multiverse mathematics, the question is, okay, you want to turn the unwanted states into virtual states, and you want the desired states to survive. The question is, how do you do that? Well, it turns out that's exactly what this Project Amaterasu Requisite Q effort is about. We've gotten people together who are really working on that, doing simulations. Earlier today, one of the key people was actually on the line who's doing those kind of simulations. There are people who are skeptical. How can you use these kind of thermal effects to get better performance in control and optimization? That's question one. How do you do it? And so we've spelled out conceptually how to do it, but now you got to show it in computer simulations. It has been shown in special cases already, because the way that annealing can work in quantum hardware, the unwanted high state can get lower. If your goal is to minimize energy, if that's a minimization problem, if you translate your minimization problem into an energy minimization problem, you can get rid of the undesired states just by annealing, by having it emit heat to the reservoir. And we're talking about real physical reservoirs. The very first simple-minded system, you got a whole bunch of squids floating in a bath of liquid helium, and we have models for that.
I think it's an interesting idea. If you think, because in a way, if you think of computation, it's some kind of a tensor network, and in each tensor you knock off the off diagonal elements, then you can get cleaner and faster computations. So that sounds interesting.
Yeah, and as I say, all of the simulations so far on very hard optimization problems have shown orders of magnitude improvement in special cases. And what we want to do now is, okay, we've got a patent filed for the general case, and we just want to give families of examples to add to the patent so people realize, hey, this is real. We can get orders of magnitude improvement, especially we can get learning, orders of magnitude faster. We can see the sky. We can solve cybersecurity problems. We can detect backdoors. There's a lot of stuff we can do using this new approach to quantum mechanics to solve optimization problems, followed by learning prediction and control and decision, followed by putting physical objects into a mixed state and choosing the state of the physical object that we like. The paper I sent you gives an example of an airplane. You can put an airplane in a state that's mixed, and you can select the state you want, presumably the one that wasn't hit by a missile. So you can protect your airplanes, you can defend your entire Air Force fleet much more effectively if you have this kind of control technology.
Okay, we've got Jim has a question.
Regarding the Paul's lecture, thank you for it. Very succinct and clear. But I want to ask you your opinion about Schrödinger equation. A lot of times people say the Schrödinger equation is not explainable by Copenhagen school. But what if Schrödinger equation problem involves two levels of reality? One is visible, like the cat in the Schrödinger box. It's a visible world, whereas the Schrödinger equation side is in the invisible world. So when they say that you cannot tell whether the cat in the box is alive or dead until you open it, I think it's a misinterpretation of Copenhagen interpretation. What is not sure, what we do not know about whether the cat is alive or dead is in the invisible world of Schrödinger equation. Whereas the visible world, where the cat is really at any moment either dead or alive, is in the visible world, which is represented by psi square. So a lot of times I think the misunderstanding of the Copenhagen interpretation may result from conflating psi and psi square. Now, that is my non-specialist opinion. I'd like to hear your expert opinion on that.
You know, it's funny when you talk about the invisible world. And there's a whole quantum philosophy movement out there. I remember when I was visiting Carl Pribram, that's jumping ahead to the brain, in his kitchen in Warrenton, West Virginia. I've often told this story. No, sorry, Warrenton, Virginia. And he saw this book, which said that put Bohm and Bohmian physics together with Pribram, holism, and you've got everything in the universe. Pribram was not entirely happy about that because he liked it when people praise him and worship him, but he doesn't like it when they get very confused. I suspect if we had Jesus Christ here, he would say the same thing. He likes it when people like him, but what they do in his name, for God's sake, I think there's a part of the Bible where he says, many will come in my name that you really shouldn't trust. Okay? And the same thing happens here. The concept of two worlds, I see no reason whatsoever for us to believe in another world. I'm not saying we can disprove it, but all of the things people invent that seem to call for it, in my view, is based on the fact they don't understand the other world. Let me give an example. I'm sitting in a house. The deer and the foxes and the birds, they're in another world outside the house. And if I open the door and I know how to walk outside, I'll see it's not another world. We're part of the same big world. But if I were locked inside the house and if I didn't believe that the window was real, well, you know, I'd say, oh, the birds are out there in another world. It looks like another world to me. It looks like another world if I don't understand how we're all connected. And the Indian mystics like Ramanuja talked about how there is one universe and we are all connected. I see nothing in any results of physics or mysticism or soul which contradict the idea of monism, that there is one cosmos. I see no evidence whatsoever that is not fully in the spirit of one cosmos.
I think Joshua's experiment, if it turns out to be correct, is a way of demonstrating the necessity of quantum mechanics to admit the existence of invisible world. In my opinion,
no, I'd say the opposite. The opposite. It turns out Yeshua's the experiments, for example, the quarter wave play. There are only two versions of that experiment that are relevant to this question of two worlds. Okay, the time symmetric causality is exactly what we need to be consistent with Einstein's view of reality. What it does is it tells us that we meet the conditions which make Einstein's hardcore realism tenable. That's more advanced than what I want to ask anybody to do, but I know that that's what my paper said in IJTP years ago, that once you have time symmetric measurement, immediately all of the problems with Einstein just disappear. But on the other hand, I should be honest with you, tell you an old story. If there's time. If we ran out of time, I won't tell you the weird story.
Well, Tim, it's been there very patiently, you know, for a while, and I would like to hear his question, and then I may have to say something about that interaction if we have time, but I would prefer to give Tim a chance.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello all. Nice to see you all. I guess my experience with some earlier tech was that you get some very good-hearted people who are specialists in their field working on something that doesn't exist. And then it gets to a certain point, and then it can uncontrollably go haywire based on whoever's going to throw the most money at it for whatever purpose. And when that happens, I mean, there can be unintended consequences. So I guess bit of a question on notice. I guess I prefer email, although any considerations are welcome, about how are the humanitarian benefits of these works promoted and guarded and preferably advanced over war or corruption based use cases that they could be employed for. And as much as the physics is just remarkable, it's remarkable stuff, but that sort of holistic view on the work, and I wondered about that. The second question is a bit more fun. What do you reckon? If there's aliens, are they coming here in spaceships or quantum portals? And I guess I'd ask that all the quantum physicists on the line chirp in if you've got a view, because I'm increasingly thinking it's quantum portals, not spaceships, that we're looking for. Thank you.
You actually asked the right person with both of those questions. Although there are people on the line who might be able to do better to some of them. First of all, there's no doubt that corruption is a really serious practical problem. Just no question about that. And one of the curious things is we can learn some things from the mathematics of intelligent systems. One of the first papers I wrote many years ago with a new design for RLADP, there were good, tough reviewers who asked questions about what it will converge to. Can I prove stability and convergence? And when I looked at their questions seriously, I realized there was a problem. If you have a model-based, cognitive-based model of decision, you can easily get gross instabilities because the modeling part of your system and the emotional part have different payoff functions. They have derivatives that are different, and it can easily go unstable. And so in order to create stability, I was very delighted somewhere in like 1990. I was very happy. I was able to come up with rules for the design of an RLADP system, which would get rid of the kind of faulty credit assignment, the kind of crosstalk that would cause instability. And so we know how to do that in RLADP. If we build a global RLADP controller, we can use this mathematics. But then I look at the human networks and I say, oh my God, these human networks have cross payoffs between different sectors. And those cross payoffs can cause growing instability. And the more the world becomes complicated, the more the instability of our human networks could lead to just plain warfare and death. And I think that's a good description of where we are. So I'm hoping if we have an integrative internet platform, which has these conflict of interest rules, to provide at least an island of truth. You don't have to make everybody tell the truth. If you do that, you're in deep shit. But if you have islands of truth, areas that are fully controlled the way parts of our brain are controlled, to avoid the wrong kinds of cross payoffs and conflict of interest, this kind of new global intelligent internet could help with the corruption problem and help with the problem of deadly fake news. We can't get rid of all the fake news. Humans are humans. But we can have at least islands of truth enough so that those people who don't want to die are capable of living.
Sorry, and spaceships or quantum portals?
Spaceships. I was really amazed when one of the leaders on the Indian side, we have a US-India partnership to develop this technology, and one of the leaders on the Indian side suddenly came up with all these things about what do we think about aliens and spaceships. So we ended up having a couple of weeks of discussion. I might say that Nancy is on the line. I don't know if she would feel able to say anything, but Nancy has spent a lot of time trying to study these issues. We spent months on these issues. Maybe I should say, okay, well, I'll let Nancy speak. That's the better way. No? Well, I'll make a few noises and then you can break in and fix it. Okay? It was a great dialogue because several people were saying things which I just shut down. There are crazy things being said. There's a lot of fake news about aliens. On the other hand, there's a lot of fake public relations saying that we're the only intelligence in the universe, and people take it for granted. Of course, we humans are the height of all creation, of the most intelligent that's possible. So to those people, I could actually share my screen. I could go back to sharing my screen, believe it or not. That might help, because there's an important piece on that screen. Let's see if we got it. Okay, on the lower right-hand side is one of 1,000 photos. I send them out all the time. We have now got photographs by gravitational lensing of what's out there in the rest of this cosmos. And it's a pulsing network of matter and energy. The galaxies are connected by this network. Star formation is more than 90% driven by connections to this new network, which was invisible until we started developing the new gravitational lensing technology. In fact, if I had time, there's a project at Lawrence Livermore, which is developing new observation techniques that might let us see this stuff that we call dark matter even within our galaxy. And I sure hope we do that. That's a really great challenge to science, because now we can see it in the cosmos. Let's look more locally to see how do these fibers connect to planets and solar systems. But the bottom line is, we know there is a lot of life out there. And our basic understanding of evolution says, if there's a lot of free energy and it's been connected and it's around for a long time, it would be surprising if life did not evolve. And I would say the scientists who understand this best, Hawking's was one, would consider it very unlikely that life would evolve only in our solar system. And given the level of evolution in our solar system, it would be very unlikely that we represent the highest level of intelligence in this whole bloody cosmos. Now, the question is, how do we connect to the rest of the cosmos? And you might be entertained by my story, just for your entertainment, late in the day. I had a lot of connections at one point with something called the Breakthrough Institute, funded by a Russian oligarch called Milner, led by a guy named Pete Warden, who was head of the most advanced NASA research lab when he was there, with people working for him doing very big computer things. And Milner at one point said, we need to find out better what's out there in the Centauri system, because we see some interesting signs of life. So let's build a fleet of drones. And they designed drones much more powerful than anything Russia did for the Ukraine. And they were planning to take the same policy, take a giant fleet of drones, send them to our brothers in the Centauri, and announce to them, just like you announced to the Ukrainians, here your brothers come to work with you. Here your brothers come to Centauri, and these drones will have military technological capabilities way beyond what they were sending to Ukraine. And they really were designing these drones, and they worked on that. And then I was in China, in Beijing, in the leading laboratory where they designed future aerospace systems for China. And we had discussions that are not recorded. I posted photos of the outside, not of the inside. And every single one of these leaders of AI in China said they had all read a science fiction trilogy by Xixin Liu called The Three-Body Problem. And by the way, Obama read it, and this Facebook guy read it. They all recommended it. And after reading that book, they thought about what the Russians were doing, and they summarized their policy conclusion in one word: hide. I mean, that was their conclusion. Don't send anything. Don't let them even know we're alive, for God's sake. Don't you realize what kind of a risk you're running? So there's the Russian-Ukrainian approach, sending drones. And then there was the Chinese approach, was hide. People ask me, what's my opinion? I said, my opinion is, before we make decisions that could determine whether we live or die, let's find out. Let's buy information. Let's use the new quantum supercomputing, combine the quantum AI with our best technologies for seeing the sky, and let's use it to see who the hell is out there and what they're saying. And that's one of my motives, by the way. I would like to see this developed and used to see the sky. And even my Indian partners have agreed that one of the major 4 big application areas we need to start developing is seeing the sky using the higher resolution we can get by using the new quantum AGI technology.
Can I respond something, add something?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it has been a very interesting learning session and information for me. Right now it's almost midnight, past 2:15 here. But while I'm listening to these things, wherein you have got high price for the Indian tradition, and obvious enough, we means many of the Indians make a hyper climb on the tradition that we knew everything and we are not able to prove something. And in particular, the last one you mentioned, the spaceships, the aerospace kind of engines, weapons, medicines, and all that. So it is here that I'm trying to learn where this interaction between the current state of modern science with focus on materials, energy, phenomenon, replication, economy, corporate, call whatever it is, and on the top of it, the ethics, humanity coming into picture. And what is given as a formulae in a coded language called Sanskritam. I call it Sanskritam, people call it Sanskrit. Okay, call it X language, it doesn't matter for me. So this is where I was trying to connect 3 dots. One is your presentation where you bring this quantum, whatever the supercomputer, AGI and all these kind of things. The second one is what earlier Ashwa presented, that polarized light, the vertical, horizontal polarization and all that, where it is so deeply covered, you are able to touch and identify, or at least sense, the photon level of the matter. And at some point, Sungshulji's language issue, the semiotics. So my question would be very simple. Are we understanding the code that is given in the yoga text documents more focused, like Patanjali's Yoga Sutra or Bharadwaja's Vimana Shastra? Why am I pitching on these 2 texts or even the Ayurveda? First, Ayurveda speaks of the same language where the brain-mind connection in today's language and the intelligence, consciousness comes into picture for health. The same language, code, comes into picture on the weapons, on seeing through the deep space. Just close your eyes, physical eyes, and stretch your mind, connect to the universe. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, miracles, siddhis. And the same language plays a role in decoding Bharadwaja's Vimana Shastra, the weapons, the military weapons and other kind of things. So, are we understanding the language which is used for coding such, quote unquote, the hype a few millennia back coming to us, and we trying to decode it in a different code, like trying to decode Chinese using Russian language? So this is where for me the language, mind, brain, consciousness, these dots need to be connected. I'd like to hear from you all. Reason is very specific. These 4 things get connected in each individual in every act. And with an elevated state of mind with consciousness, results could be much more impactful. I would like to hear all of you.
So before we enter that conversation, which I think is good, I want to answer Song, the question he asked to Paul regarding the experiment of the quarter wave plate. I'm more on the side of Paul, because I think our experiment, if we run into the blessing of finding out what are these correlations, and they happen to be correlations, not spooky action at a distance, it would square back our attention to hardcore realism. We should look at reality for what we actually are measuring and seeing, and not for any kind of invisible metaphysical forces that we don't understand, because that will be revealed. Now, one of the discussions through the years that I've had with many people, and Paul has been part of those conversations, is that Paul usually uses a really nice metaphor. He says, you don't need a pair of polarizers to explain your spiritual experience. You know, that's not the way you talk to God. You don't wear polarizers and quarter wave plates in your eyes, but polarizers are exactly that, are glasses that you use at the beach to filter glare. So there is an important message there. And I think sometimes people it just goes over the heads of people, but the message is, what you see out there, it's real, and it's not an illusion. And what we have as an invisible world, spiritually speaking, soul speaking, mind speaking, that we cannot measure, it's also real. But you cannot apply necessarily the same set of rules and equations to the physics of the universe than you will apply to your soul and your mind, unless you come up with a bridge between the two. And that bridge, it's what I think we're trying to better understand. Now, if it happens that we find that there is spooky action at a distance, not even that will be able to explain the experiences that I have in my relationship with God or the universe. There's no way, or my love for a person, or there is no mathematical equation that can capture that and the experience of that. And when you solve the equation, you get the experience yourself. The equation gives you a map of reality. And so if there is invisible forces, they ought to be experienced. If they are not immediately connected with hardcore realism. But I am on the side of Paul, thinking everything is one. There is a prayer in Hebrew that says, Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. You know, God is one. And that means the spirit and the universe are one, inseparable. Spinoza said that the spirit was immanent in the world, and Kant was saying that the spirit was transcendent. And I think those two things are real. Everything it has a transcendent aspect and an immanent aspect. But what pertains to us humans is the experience of that which is immanent. That which is transcendent, we cannot measure with physics. And so if quantum mechanics shows that there is some spooky action at a distance, not even that would be an element to tell me that speaks about the transcendent. It just tells me that there are things that I still don't understand.
Okay.
When Sung was speaking, when Sung,
can I just make a brief comment on your comment? I
That's
think
Paul, because he's the one who wants to speak. You know, I'm finished.
A cartoon popped into my mind while you were speaking, and I want to show you what it is. You see, there is a door here, yes, and on the other side is a forest. And I imagined a debate. Two people standing next to the door. One of them says, I see birds, I see deer. I think there are real creatures in that other world. And another person says, no, that door is just a projection. It's not real. It's your own mind. It's not another world. And there's a third point of view they aren't considering, which is there are birds. They are real. You do need new physics. You need to account for something called wind. If you want to understand what the birds are doing, you better remember you do have to expand your knowledge of physics to know there's also something called wind. But aside from that, the birds are just as real as we are. They are part of the same world. And if we understand they're part of the same world, if we understand we can even connect with them, And if we understand we need to know about wind, well, then there's hope for us if we know all those things. So let's not argue about whether the birds are real or not. Let's figure out, how does the wind work?
Paul, let me make one. I think you have misunderstood my term invisible world. I'm not showing that kind of obvious model as invisible. I'm talking about invisible world represented by Schrödinger equation.
Yeah.
Which is invisible. And what connects the invisible world of Schrödinger equation and the real world of probability density may be the mathematics that you are expert on. So
I understood your question, Sung. I did understand it like that.
Invisible and visible world. So they both exist just as mathematics does.
For those of you who don't know Sung Ji, he is an emeritus professor of theoretical cell biology from Rutgers University and chief scientific officer of Bioceuticals AI. And actually, before we go there, Sung, I just want to say thank you very much to Paul, just to tie that up very much. It was wonderful. And Sung will be presenting on how information transfer in space and time is carried out by living cells utilizing equilibrium and dissipative structures, respectively, and also on how similar mechanisms appear to hold for quantum entanglement. Okay, Sung, just tell me as you want to change slides to go.
Thank you. So the title of my talk is Causality in Biology and Quantum Mechanics, Information Transfer Through Time. Causality is a new term that I coined in 2012, indicating a correlation mediated by information and code rather than force, as happens in physics. So causality may be a new concept that is useful in explaining biology as well as quantum mechanics. Next slide. All right. This is an unusual slide, but I decided to put it up because if you do not remember anything, what I'll be saying later, I hope you remember this slide. This slide is based on my experience. Yesterday, I attended ayahuasca ceremony in Homestead, Florida. Maybe most of you do not know what ayahuasca is. If you do not know, I recommend that you try to learn about it because it may prolong your life. It is supposed to increase longevity as well, and I believe it. It has a real biological effect on you, which is very beneficial. So this ceremony that I attended yesterday with my daughter, son, and his female companion is given by Jesus Hidalgo. He is a rock musician who turned to, I think, sort of ayahuasca-mediated research into the inner world. And what I learned from him yesterday is what he's doing is to promote love. Okay, love is not a useful usual concept discussed in science, but I realized I've experienced and I felt the real love through interaction with him, and his main medium of communication is music and word. While I was attending that ceremony, you know, Joshua Davis came to my mind because Joshua looked similar to Jesus, and they are both originally from Venezuela. And Joshua, to me, represents love mediated by scientific research. So the method of promoting love throughout the world between these two persons are different. Jesus through music and ordinary word, and Joshua mainly through natural science. So I came to the realization that comparing these two individuals, the common feature of these individuals is communication through music or communication through scientific research. So communication seems to be what mathematicians may call functor between these two individuals whose lives can be represented as a mathematical concept of categories. And what connects these two people's functor, I came to the conclusion yesterday. Under the influence of ayahuasca, I must admit, may be love. So the conclusion I came to is love may be the natural transformation, which means that if you have a love in your life, it naturally transforms you. Natural. You don't have to force anything. It's a natural thing that a loving person transforms himself or herself. And also nature love is reciprocal. So if you love others, others will love you. And that is natural transformation as well. So thank you for listening to this most spiritual kind of slide. And if anyone has any comments, I'll be happy to entertain later. But let me go through the main slides then. Now it's a science. The abstract of my talk would be information transfer in space and in time is carried out by living cells utilizing respectively equilibrium structures such as DNA and the dissipative structures such as action potentials. Equilibrium structures are very familiar to physicists and biologists, but dissipative structures are not so familiar. But I think dissipative structure concept is essential to understand the universe. And this is due to Prigogin's work, who was awarded Nobel Prize in 1977 or 78 for having established the concept of these two structures, equilibrium structures, which existed before Prigogine, and dissipative structures, which is the theoretical consequence of Prigogine and his school. And this similar dichotomy of information transfer may be present in quantum entanglement. The next slide, please. Okay, to talk about causality, it would be useful to understand the background from which this concept of causality came. There is a duality of information transfer processes, one through space and one through time. This static dynamic duality of information transfer is clearly present in biology, as I'll show you, and may be present in quantum entanglement, which is controversial. So information transmission through space and time occurs in both physics and biology. Okay, I read that before. Okay, unlike in physics, until the phenomenon of entanglement is established by experiment in 1972. This must be wrong year. In any case, correct year may not be this. in biology, we can recognize these two distinct ways of transmitting information, one through space and one through time. The genetic information transmitted through time in DNA, via DNA, was referred to as Watson-Crick form of genetic information in a paper that I published, I think it was, 1988. And they transmitted through space, okay. And the information transmitted through space was referred to as the Prigoginian form of genetic information. The Watson-Crick form is an equilibrium structure, and Prigoginian form is dissipative structure. Okay, this is the result of my 4th decades of research. Also, the Watson-Crick form of genetic information is stable, while the Prigoginian form is dynamic and transient. It is probably for this reason that Watson-Crick form of genetic information is more popular topic of research in biology and physics than Prigoginian form of information. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. This table compares, this table lists possible examples of this two form of information transfer in biology and physics. In biology, I've already covered the information is transferred in space, in time through stable structure called equilibrium structures. And the information transfer through time, or through space, in biology involves dissipative structures, which I call intracellular dissipative structures. There's experimental evidence that there is dissipative structures inside the cell. I don't have a slide to show you, but you can look it up. And this is a simply concentration gradient formed inside the cell to transmit information, for example, from nucleus to cell membrane, or from cell membrane to nucleus. Okay, clear evidence. Direct observations were made in 1985. Now, there is a coupling mechanism between these two forms of genetic information. Prigogine proposed one mechanism by which information from information from dynamic structures can be encoded into equilibrium structure, which he calls matter. So in his poetic terms, he thinks information can be encoded in matter. Okay, this is a phrase that got me to do some research on this area, and I came to the conclusion that he is right. There is possibility, or there is a clear mechanism that shows that dynamic structures such as chemical wave formation inside the cell, which can be transformed into equilibrium structures. And that's that I call Prigogine's mechanism of encoding time in matter. Now, that requires the other reverse process. Biology needs to transmit or transform equilibrium structures or the static information in DNA into dynamic information inside a cell for cells to move around or do its thing. So how do we transform equilibrium structure information to dynamic dissipative structure information? And I have proposed in 2018 a possible mechanism which implicates a new concept again, which was published since 1985. I think it may be earlier, but not well known. But it is picked up by Wikipedia, and if you could Google conformant in Wikipedia, you will see brief description of this. But conformant is needed to transmit information from DNA to the cell membrane, or to transform genetic information into phenotypes. Conformant may be the key. There may be other mechanisms to do the same. Okay, so this first column, biology column, I think establishes clearly, at least for me, the existence of two kinds of structures responsible for information transfer in time and information transfer in space. And these two information transfer processes are coupled by conformants. Now, on the second column, physics column, I'm speculating that similar processes may occur in physics. First, information transfer in time may occur through mass, charge, and spin size of quantum entities. These properties are called static attributes by Herbert, which is opposed by Kashyap in our group, but I disagree with him. I agree with Herbert, but there are opinions that Herbert's concept may not be proper in the new context of quantum field theory, but I disagree with him. Okay, information transfer in space, in physics, is transmitted or effectuated by what Herbert calls dynamic attributes, such as position, momentum, and spin direction. And a lot of confusion, in my opinion, in quantum field theory or quantum mechanics may be due to the disregard of these two distinct features of quantum particles. I could be wrong, but I'm not a quantum specialist like Joshua and Paula are. But to me, as a biologist, it makes sense. And the coupling mechanism between the dynamic and static attributes in quantum mechanics may be mediated by quantum vacuum fluctuations, which generates or which embodies all possible configurations or conformations of material entities in the universe, from which a measuring device selects one or few. And this fits very well with the biological example of enzyme catalysis, which I have not, I think I mentioned here. Yeah. This proposed mechanism of coupling dynamic and static features of quantum entities resembles to me the well-known mechanism of enzyme catalysis, which I call pre-fit mechanism. Pre-fit mechanism proposed, I think, in 1991. So here is my suggestion, and maybe it will be accepted by some physicists, but not by all. Next slide, please. Okay, what is causality? Causality, as I said, is a correlation which involves genetic information or codes. Okay, and this is well established in biology. Years ago, before biology was developed, a lot of people, including myself, thought that we, Homo sapiens, were descended from chimpanzee because we look very similar. I mean, mathematically speaking, the topology of two faces are very similar, okay? It's isomorphic. And since the apes or chimpanzee appeared on this earth long before we did, it's natural to think that chimpanzee is the precursor of Homo sapiens. But I think during the last half century or more, biological data has proven the fact that chimpanzee is not our ancestor, but there is a third species which acted as the ancestor for both chimpanzee and Homo sapiens. And that third species is called hominini, which existed 6-7 million years ago. And hominini gave rise to chimpanzee along this. Can you see my cursor? Joshua?
Yes, I can see it. So
yeah.
Okay. So you can see hominini is here, and chimpanzee is here, and Homo sapiens is here. And there's archaeological data which tells you which species appeared when, okay? And we appeared only very recently from hominini, which existed 6-7 million years ago, but the information encoded in hominini DNA did not get expressed as Homo sapiens only less than 1 million years ago. Okay, whereas chimpanzee DNA was expressed much earlier. Yeah, chimpanzee. Yeah, I cannot see at the bottom part of the slide. Can you raise the slide a little bit? Terry? Is it possible to raise the slide?
I'm just trying.
Okay. If it's too difficult, we can forget about it.
We can do it ourselves. I'm able to scroll back up and down the slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That was me.
All right. Now, okay, let me move on to the next slide. So that slide, to me, is the empirical evidence for the existence of causality. Okay. So if any physicist who doubts the concept of causality as I define it, I think can be persuaded to accept it when they look at that slide. Information transfer through space and time in morphogenesis. Morphogenesis is a fascinating phenomenon. This one here is one cell. Okay, after sperm and ovum meet to form zygote, one cell stage. This is the picture of one cell stage. And it remains one cell at least for a day, and then it starts to divide into 2, 4, 8, 16, etc. Replication, and until it becomes 10 billion cell system, which we call fish, organism. So to me, this is another example of information transfer, not only in space, from nucleus to cytosol of a zygote, information transfer in time as well, from the DNA of the embryo to the whole organism. In this case, 9 days after. So this is an example of that. And finally, the full organism which looks like this, which has 100 times more cells than this one. So I suggest that this is another example of causality, as well as causality, which is behind the information transfer. Information transfer in space is causality. So information transfer from nucleus to the cytosol in embryonic cell would be a causality. Whereas information transfer from one cell to the whole organism over this long time is causality. So this picture depicts both causality and causality. Next slide, please. All right. So this is a unification of physics and biology through space-time duality of information transfer in physics and biology. What this means to me is that the idea of information being transmitted through space or through time is a common principle operating not only in biology, but also in physics. And this table is another way to present that idea. And let me go through again some of this, maybe repeat. Okay, so I have with this column dynamic structures or dynamic attributes, as I would call it, and static attributes or static structures. In biology, we already discussed this. Dynamic structures in biology is Lagrangian form of genetic information, and static maybe I may have to switch this around. Lagrangian form of genetic information is dynamic form, which is responsible for information transfer from, nucleus to cell. Now here I mixed this up, sorry. I said here, collectively, I'm sorry. See, I may be still under the influence of ayahuasca. Ayahuasca influence is supposed to last about a week. So I'm sorry, I'm not that well organized in my talk. Anyway, so this is right. I thought it was wrong, but it is right. And static information in time, I discussed what's in pre-form of genetic information, and the static structure of DNA, RNA, and protein, and so on, which get transmitted from one cell generation to the next. So this is correct. Now, in physics, I'm suggesting that information transfer in space is through dynamic attributes of gluons, as mentioned already in the past slide. Now, speed of transmission is constrained by the speed of light. The dynamic structures cannot transfer information in space with the faster than speed of light. And quantum entanglement violates speed of light, which Einstein calls it Kabuki action, right? Quantum entanglement violates speed of light if you assume that quantum entities carries only dynamic information, as I will try to justify in later slides. To me, quantum entities have both dynamic and static attributes, and static attributes can be transmitted through time, but dynamic attributes cannot. Dynamic attributes can only be transmitted through space, obeying the speed of light constraints. Einstein view based on traditional causality. Einstein view is proven to be invalid because he thought quantum entities carried only dynamic attributes. Dynamic attributes cannot be transmitted through time. Dynamic attributes can be only transmitted through space from, say, source of the entangled particle to the detectors. Okay? That space, information is transmitted through space in that case, from source to detectors. And that is causality. Whereas information transfer in time in physics is mediated by static attributes, again, repeating myself, involving mass, charge, spin, magnitude, and this transfer of speed of information is not constrained by speed of light. It is beyond space-time in a way. Okay. Again, I'll try to rationalize this later. Quantum entanglement does not violate, therefore, entanglement, which is proven by experiment, showing correlation between Alice and Bob. That's a quantum entanglement, and that quantum entanglement does not violate speed of light because it does not involve dynamic attributes. What is transmitted from, well, there's not transmission. There's no transmission between Bob and Alice. There's only correlation of their detectors because they both come from common ancestor, which is the source of twin paired particles at the source, just like hominini is a source of both chimpanzee and Homo sapiens. The source of twin particles is the source of static information detected by Alice and Bob, in addition to the dynamic information that these two detectors measure. So, in this view, detectors measure both static and dynamic attributes of quantum particles, of photons, and only the dynamic attributes violates speed of light, thus giving rise to seemingly spooky action, whereas static attributes are transmitted to Alice and Bob without violating any speed of light. Again, I'll come back to this later. Can I see the next slide? All right. This is the same slide repeating. Yes. Let's skip this. Next slide. All right. So I hope by now already I have proven, or I have presented evidence that there are two kinds of correlations in our universe. One is well-known causality, which is energy dependent or force dependent. Every correlation that physicists study, most correlations, except maybe quantum mechanics, that physicists study involves force-mediated interaction. Without force, you cannot move anything. Without moving anything, you cannot cause anything. So causality is energy-dependent correlation, and it is synchronic. As soon as you exert force on object, it moves. It responds immediately. Causality, on the other hand, is different. It's orthogonal to causality in a way, because causality involves correlation between, say, hominid C and chimpanzee A, Homo sapiens B. The information transfer from hominini to chimpanzee A or Homo sapiens B is mediated by information encoded in DNA, and that is causality. And this information transfer is through time, which linguists call diachronic, and this information transfer is synchronic. Again, a term Fernando de Saussure, the father of modern linguists, have used. He divided linguistics into two branches, diachronic linguistics and synchronic linguistics, and his idea applies to physics, I think. The next slide. Okay, yeah, synchronic and diachronic information. And this sort of indirectly supports the idea of static and dynamic information, or causality and causality. Synchronic linguistics is the study of language at any given point in time, while diachronic linguistics is the study of language through different periods in history. Thus, the main difference between synchronic and diachronic linguistics is their focus or viewpoint of study. From reference 20, you can easily find, if you Google synchronic and diachronic linguistics from Google, you will get the reference. Diachronic linguistics is concerned with the language evolution, while synchronic linguistics is not. Moreover, the latter focuses on subjects such as comparative linguistics, etymology, language evolution, while the former focuses on grammar and classification, arrangement of features of language, so on. I think here I made a mistake. Diachronic linguistics is concerned with the language evolution. That's true. The latter, I'm sorry. The diachronic linguistics is concerned with language evolution, while synchronic information is not. Okay, there's no error here, right? The latter means synchronic linguistics. Okay, let's start, please. This is well-known slide. I don't have to go through this. 3 persons obtained Nobel Prize. I think it was a year ago, and there's a lot of controversy on the validity of their Nobel Prize. They may have not discovered anything new at all. They may have just discovered what they have assumed. They have implemented to prove their ideas. What was already in their head was measured. There's nothing that was not in their head was measured at all. That's how I understand the controversy, and I'll forego with that. The next slide, please. Okay. The non-physicist understanding of quantum mechanics, quantum entanglement, is presented in this one slide. Okay. Quantum entanglement experiment involves a light source here, which produces entangled quantum particles. entangled quantum particles can have spin measured in 3 directions. It could be up, down, or up. On the other hand, the entangled particles, which is transmitted to the opposite direction, has opposite spin directions. Down, up, down, right? So they are entangled. So their spins are opposite to each other, measured in 3 different directions. And you can measure the spin also with the detectors set at 3 different settings. The detectors have 3 settings, 1 to 3 and 1 to 3, and you can set this detector at setting 1, measuring quantum particles oriented in certain directions, and you can set the other detector at different settings, measuring same quantum entity in a slightly different angle. And this gives the added degrees of freedom of measurement. And so let me just read what I've written here. So this is the basic experimental setting, which will help understand what I've written here. According to Einstein, particle 1 has definite spins along 3 axes, such as this. This is particle 1. Up, down, up. And so does particle 2, down, up, down, which are opposite to each other because they are entangled. But you don't have to generate quantum entities entangled. Not all photons transmitted from common source are entangled. You can generate unentangled particles as well, right? Let's keep that in mind. Here, axis 3 is selected for both detectors, leading to information, dynamic information. These are dynamic information, by the way. The spin directions are dynamic attributes, unlike spin size, which is static attributes, which doesn't change regardless of the measurement. But dynamic attributes like this will change how you measure it. So I represent the dynamic attributes are detected at A as IDA, which in this case is up, as you can see. And IDB, measured here, is down. This one. Where IDA and IDB, D, small letter D means attributes and capital letters mean detectors, right? Associated with the dynamic D attributes of particles measured by detectors A and B, respectively. This mechanism of entanglement logically leads to Bell's inequality, which is violated. You see, Bell's inequality equation was derived based on Einstein's original suggestion that quantum particles have deterministic attributes before measurement. They already have up and down arrangements already before they hit the detector, okay? That, if you assume that, then you come to, logically, to Bell's inequality. And if Einstein is right, this equation is satisfied, no problem. But the reality is, the experimental result does not follow Einstein's prediction and hence violates Bell's inequality, which is violated by observations, okay? Indicating that the hidden variable model does not reflect reality. This hidden variable model is Einstein's version. But I'm going to suggest later that there's an alternative hidden variable model where what you measure is not dynamic attributes like this, but static attributes. See, static attributes can be viewed as another hidden variable in addition to dynamic attributes, and the hidden variables do not violate Bell's inequality. Only dynamic attributes does. Okay, this is the main point of the paper that Joshua and I presented it twice in international meetings last year. This mechanism of entanglement logically leads to Bell's inequality, which is violated, okay, by observations, okay. However, if we assume that quantum entities possesses two complementary attributes called static, or small s, and dynamic, small d, attributes, as Herbert's book describes, which I accept as true. Okay, not everybody accept that. Not every physicist seems to accept that. But based on his book, I formulate this mechanism. So, if we assume quantum entities possesses two complementary attributes of static and dynamic attributes in agreement with Herbert, and designate the information I associated with the former as I small s and the latter with I small d, and replace ID in the above argument with IS. This is IS. This is ID. These dynamic attributes indicated here, spin directions, is dynamic attributes. If we replace this with the static attributes, IS, which would be spin size, okay? Spin size is not dependent on direction of measurement, right? Then the resulting mechanism, one, can be shown to violate statistical independence, okay? So if we replace with dynamic attributes here with the static attributes, then what you measure depends on the source. If the source can send different static attributes to these detectors, thereby control what they measure already before dynamic attribute or the quantum entities hit the detectors, right? So it's a predetermined. Static attributes are predetermined or superdetermined, whereas dynamic attributes are undetermined. Dynamic attributes are undetermined until they hit the detector, as Copenhagen School proposes. I think they were right. Copenhagen interpretation on quantum mechanics is correct if you treat the quantum entities being measured as embodying dynamic attributes and not static. So to criticize Copenhagen interpretation as wrong, generally, I think is not accurate. Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics is in part correct. So, let me see, where was I? Okay, I was here. Where did my cursor go? Do you see my cursor? No?
No.
Oh, yeah, apparently my cursor ran out of battery.
The slideshow is running on Kiri's computer, isn't it?
Yeah, I move it.
Kiri will have to move the cursor for you.
Where would you like it to go?
Bring your cursor out the triangle.
The triangle here.
Down below. Yeah.
So, two kinds of correlations under the phenomenon.
You can put it in laser, Kiri.
Yep, one moment. I might, yep, and laser point here. There we go.
So, two kinds of correlations underlie the phenomena of quantum entanglement, causality and causality, as defined below. So, S is the source of entangled particles. A and B are two detectors, commonly known as Alice and Bob. So, correlation between S and A is causality, meaning what S sends to A must obey the speed of light. You cannot send, S cannot send signal to A if A is out of S's light cone, so to speak. Same is true with the SV. SV correlation is a causality and it's a locality, meaning it has to obey speed of light. Okay. Whereas the correlation between A and B, which Joshua and Carrie measures all the time in their lab, and many other physicists they see correlation between A and B, although A and B are in different light cones. In other words, you cannot, the distance between A and B is so large that A and B cannot communicate with the light or any signal moving faster than speed of light. So S and B, therefore, represents correlation called causality. Okay, that's a simple way of summarizing the causality-based interpretation of quantum mechanics that Joshua and I presented, and we'll see how it is accepted by the physics community and further experimental results. Next slide, please.
Okay. And we're going to coming up to question and answer time song, just so we start finishing off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a more detailed explanation of what I have just described. So anybody who is interested can look at it. Okay. It's a more easy to read. The next slide, please. And in this table, I compare various interpretations of entanglement: Einstein, Bohr, Davis, and G, and experiment. So, first, light has definite properties before measurement. Yes, Einstein. No, Bohr. G and Davis, yes, for static attributes, but no for dynamic attributes. And experimentally, it's yes and no. So this first comparison favors Bohr over Einstein. Well, depends. We can say both Bohr and Einstein are correct if we interpret the quantum particles in terms of static and dynamic attributes. Then both are correct. But if we interpret quantum particles only embodying dynamic attributes, as Einstein proposed, then Einstein was wrong. Bohr is right. The second level is spooky action at a distance or non-locality possible? Einstein says no. Bohr says yes. In a way, that's a strange. I don't know if Bohr said yes. I suppose you can interpret their school of thought as being yes answer. Okay. What G. and Davis says is yes between Alice and Bohr, but no between light source and Alice or light source and so Bohr. So our model is conditionally yes and no, and experimentally, again, supports our conclusion, yes and no. Does God play a dice? Einstein says no. Bohr says yes in a way, because the photons between the source and detector has uncertain or probabilistic properties, not definite, as Einstein thought. So Einstein says no, Bohr says yes, and we say yes. And experimental results say yes as well. Number 4, quantum mechanics complete? Is quantum mechanics complete? Einstein says no, Bohr says yes, and we say no, because it captures only the quantitative aspect of reality, excluding the qualitative aspect. I believe in this. Quantum mechanics is a mathematical theory, and mathematics cannot describe quality. It only describes quantity, in my opinion. Therefore, we say no, and experimental results also say no, because quantum mechanics, mathematics, any quantitative approaches to reality misses out qualitative aspect of reality. So far, anyway. Maybe Paul has a way to capture both quality and quantity in his new theories of quantum mechanics. It's possible. Number 5, are all hidden variables theories wrong? Einstein says no, of course. His hidden variable theory he thought was correct before he died, but it was proven wrong after he died. Bohr was right. Hidden variable theories could be correct if you assume that hidden variable is a static attribute. And our conclusion is yes, in agreement with the Copenhagen, if hidden variables refer to dynamic attributes, and no if they refer to static attributes. And experimentally, it supports us, yes and no. Superdeterminism possible? Einstein says yes. I think he was right. Superdeterminism exists. Bohr says no. I think he was wrong there. And we believe superdeterminism is real if hidden variable refers to static attributes, and no if they refer to dynamic attributes. And experimentally, our conclusion is supported. Next slide, please. Okay. This is sort of not directly related, but throughout these theoretical activities, I came to the conclusion that there are two kinds of worlds. Visible world that we can see and touch, feel, and taste all around us. I think this may be what Hindu sages call Maya, although I'm not Hindu scholars, so I could be wrong, but it may be what they call Maya. Maya, what we see out there, is visible world. But behind this visible world, I believe, is invisible world. This fits sort of a main cut the tenets of Taoist philosophy in a way, yin and yang. If there is a visible, then there's the opposite to visible, which is invisible. And I say one evidence that there's an invisible world is provided by biology in the form of information transmitted through time, as in this figure. The information is invisible in a way. Okay, so whereas in physics, everything has to be visible, everything has to be measurable. Anything that cannot be measured is not part of physics, and that is anything not in visible world is not part of physics. This is why a lot of physicists deny the existence of inside an invisible world, because you cannot measure it, you cannot see it. Okay. The third row, energy-mediated interactions. So the invisible world, everything is energy dependent, energy mediated, force mediated, Newtonian mechanics, and quantum mechanics were regarded as an extension of Newtonian mechanics. Maybe it's more than Newtonian mechanics, involving more than energy dependent interactions, which is my feeling, but not proven. In the examples of in invisible world, third row again, in invisible world, everything is mediated by information. It's an information mediated correlation, such as entanglement. Entanglement is one example of measuring what is happening in the invisible domain of reality. And I fit my idea of causality in this table. So what all the correlations that occur in visible world is explainable by causality, and everything that happens in the invisible world cannot be explained in terms of causality, because there are things happening which are independent of force, physical force, but dependent on information, hence causality. The reason a lot of people, physicists and philosophers, concentrate on causality idea, maybe because Aristotle's four cause doctrine may be behind it. Aristotle, as we know, says everything can be explained in terms of four causes: material cause, efficient cause, formal cause, and final cause. And efficient cause is what physicists focus on. It's only one thing. But Aristotle's causality may have two components, according to our view. One is causality, traditional causality, Newtonian mechanics based, and the other component may be what we call here causality, or information based. So Aristotle's four causes doctrine may have to be expanded so as to eliminate the prejudice for causality and against any non-causal correlations, which includes, by the way, not only quantum entanglement, but Carl Jung's synchronicity. Okay, Carl Jung's synchronicity, as you know, involves acausal correlation. So the idea of causality I think it's supported by many things, biology and non-physical, more higher level philosophy. Okay, matter curved space-time is occurring in visible world. In invisible world, wave-particle duality is real. In invisible world, wave-particle duality is real in the sense that duality transcends physics, transcends visible world. Duality is a principle which goes beyond visible world. So finally, someone said that if Einstein is right, can you read the bottom line, Carrie? I can see.
Yes, it says, if Einstein is right, the universe will not look the same. A.S. Eddington, 1919.
No.
And then you have in the invisible, that was in the visible world, and in the invisible world you have, if G and Davis are right, reality will not look the same.
Okay.
2023.
Very audacious conclusion, but I believe in it. I think this is where we're at. I mean, we are at a very important junction in our history. You see, is there invisible world? Is the visible world the only reality? Okay, this is the question we're addressing, and I think we're very serious about that. In the past, probably similar questions were discussed, but not as seriously and not as empirically based. Yeah. Okay. Is there a next slide?
Let's see. No, that's us.
Okay. That's my story. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Song. I'm going to stop share and then we go to questions. Is that good?
Yep.
Yep. So we actually have a hand raised. Ravi.
So I put it down so that I don't forget. There is a difference between visual world and physical world. The physical world includes all other senses that you mentioned, other than just seeing. So the physical world has multiple ways of communicating other than non-photons as well. For example, through sound waves and so on. The reality world that you are describing, it is something depending on information transfer and on wave particle duality as being real. So can you kindly describe these two little more, namely physical world versus real world or reality?
I agree that there's more than visual world out there. So physical world is a good thing. Now, the reason I chose invisible and visible terms is because I use these two terms to separate the reality two branches in 1998 paper. That's one reason. Another reason is my ex-wife died a year and a half ago, is an artist, very bright and very spiritual person, coined the word visual language, and she wanted to write a book on the term visual language with me before she died. And yesterday, during ayahuasca ceremony, she appeared in my dream, and I got to the conclusion that when she emphasized the visual world, she meant emphasizing invisible world. She didn't just say visual language, meaning everything that we see as a language. But I think she was smart enough to go beyond that, which I did not catch when she was alive. But I think I got her message last night that she meant there are two kind of languages, visible language and invisible language. And this is a part of the reason why I describe the two worlds, the visible and invisible world, but these two names can be replaced by other names. But the dichotomy of reality into two, I think, is the key concept.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, I'm still listening to Sungshul Ji and his language, what we call the bifurcation into synchronic and diachronic is an interesting point to explore. We had this over the mails on a long time, discussing about the language, semiotics, and other things. Probably to study a document which needs diachronic modeling using synchronistic template would be an error. I have felt that whatever language we call for the scriptures, whether it is the Hebrew or the Arabic or Sanskrit or whatever it is, the language of nature needs to be understood in science in the form of yoga. I mean, that's the word I use. It could be a proto of both synchronistic and diachronic models. Maybe it's a theme for some other session. The focus question I want to ask Sungshul Ji is, you said information embedded in matter. Can you explain that particular thing more?
Yes, that's a good point. I agree that synchronic and diachronic languages may be descended from a third language, which is both synchronic and diachronic, which I call cosmese. Anyway, the other point is, Eugene has some nice idea of how dynamic information can be encoded into matter or time into matter in his poetic expression. So matter and information can be coupled. Information, in other words, information can be converted into matter, and matter can be converted into information through the mechanism I propose using the concept of conformance. Conformance is a theoretical concept which can be understood as a packet of both energy and information. Experimental evidence for this is given by what is known as supercoil of DNA. DNA is circular DNA. Some DNAs are circular. Circular double-helix DNA can exist in two forms, circular form or twisted form. And circular form becomes twisted form by inputting energy, by cutting the double strand and rotating the double strand using topoisomerase or DNA gyrase, and it stores mechanical energy in the form of distortion of the circle into twisted form. And that twisted form contains both energy and information, which is an example of conformance. So using this concept, one can convert information stored in matter into dynamic information used by living systems for carrying out life or transform information, dynamic information, into matter, again using conformance, to store energy for transfer in the time dimension. So there are science to support this kind of picture.
Are you suggesting in this case that matter can be programmed with an intelligent information through diachronistic use of language?
Yes. So again, we have matter, or previously imposed equilibrium structures and dynamic structures, dissipated structures. And you can convert dissipated structures into equilibrium structures, or equilibrium structures to dissipated structures. And these structures are aspects of reality, which is both dynamic and dissipated. So again, we can bring in the triad, irreversible triadic relations. Whenever you discuss two important things, there's very likely that there's a third thing from which these two important things have arisen.
Okay. I would like to hear Joshua on this particular point, how it connects to the deep measurement, the quanta of the photons, interference of the language, I mean, quote unquote, whatever that is, on the behavior of matter in your experiments.
How does language connect with the behavior of matter in my experiments? Well, in the experiments I'm running, the behavior of matter is connected to the detectors, because light interacts with the detectors and they are plates, and through the photoelectric effect, a signal which is light is converted into electrical signals, and it's an electron amplified and so on. But I don't think this is what you're asking me, really. I think what you're asking me is, what's the role of language in caudality in the experiment of entanglement of photons? And I think that, I mean, what I worked with Song was to express to him the idea that, I'm just going to put my slide here because I think it's going to be much easier to explain. To express the idea that I understood the principle of caudality in his studies of cell biology, and the way I would see that in terms of the certain interpretations of quantum mechanics would be that in the wave function here, where I was, you can see my screen now, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here in the wave function, this is a mathematical formalism, okay? So this is describing an entangled state, which can be either in this state, meaning one channel is polarized horizontally and the other vertically, or the other state is that the first channel is polarized vertically and the next one horizontally. It's an information construct. This is language. This is the language of mathematics, trying to describe a system, and the solution of the equation, which is also language, mathematical language, it's supposed or presumably related to the behavior of light in a certain way. So when we find the correlations in quantum mechanics, what we find is a confirmation of the predictions of this equation. So, but we don't know that the correlations are entanglement. So via language, our language, we interpret this equation as spooky action at a distance, because there is a superposition of states, and until we measure, we don't know in which state the system is. And then therefore, when we measure, one side, if that's horizontal, 100% certainty the other side will be vertical and vice versa. All that stuff is via language, because we don't really know if there is this spooky action at a distance. It's all an interpretation based on this language that then it's translated into English to explain why this superposition of states is, in a way, a spooky action at a distance, and that's called the Copenhagen interpretation. And so it's in that information processing that we find entanglement. Entanglement for me, I have not found it in the physics, in the experimental setting, because there is no way to know that these guys are really in a situation where there is a spooky action at a distance, where there is no speed of light traveling. We don't know that. I think there is, personally, if you ask me, I think there is still a possibility that Einstein and de Broglie were right, and there is speed of light communication or something similar, or a pre setting of the condition of the pairs being correlated. But through language, through information, through caudality, we conclude that they are entangled. So therefore the entanglement it's to be found here in this formalism. The only thing that we find experimentally is that the predictions of this formalism, of these equations, coincide with the experimental results. And then we say, oh, well, then because the predictions coincide with the theory, it must be that the theory interpreted in this way ought to be what's going on. And there's where I have I'm a little bit more on the side of Einstein that I'm on the side of Bohr and Heisenberg. I think that this still, to me, so far, with the experiments that I've done, after having studied quantum mechanics for a while and understanding the formalisms and so on, and other people's works, and it's still, to me, not clear that there is real spooky action at a distance. I think there are correlations and entanglements happening at an informational level, meaning the equations of the formalisms of quantum mechanics and the Born rule and all that, and that translated into an interpretation, which is via language, creates the perception or the idea or the notion that there is spooky action at a distance. Now, when we go to the spiritual side of things or the invisible side of things, in that sense, I don't think that there is any spooky action at a distance. I think that we communicate spiritually in a different way that we can communicate verbally, language-wise, in this kind of language, or mathematically via equations, or via music, or via cell language, or electromagnetic fields radiating from one another, heat, etc. I think there is another element of reality. This is what I think there is, that we cannot measure, and I accept as a scientist, there are aspects of reality we may not be able to ever measure, but that doesn't mean that they are not, that doesn't mean that they are not reality. It means that we are limited in our capacity to measure those realms. So I would be at peace with accepting that. And those realities are connected to me with values, with spiritual values or Platonic values or being values a la Maslow, or synchronicities, or the spirit of the deep, or Brahman, or I am, or whatever aspect we cannot completely cognitively grasp and know and analyze and experiment with.
So,
it doesn't mean
Yeshua,
it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean it's not part of
Yeshua,
reality.
you just confirmed to me that we have a lot of synchronicity.
Yeah.
And behind all these words we are emitting, my view is that you and I especially, but in principle everybody, are connected through what I call the noosphere. And that creates really unusual synchronicities. And we've just described at least a few of them. So many of them, I'm not sure where to begin. But in terms of axioms, one of our challenges is to connect to the rest of the world. We need to connect to humanity as a whole. That's an important mission for you, Yeshua, and for me, and I hope for more of the rest of us, to connect to all of humanity and all of the noosphere, all of the life of this planet and this solar system. And as we connect, people ask for quick and simple descriptions, which is very hard when we are dealing with something so complex. But when people ask for simple descriptions, lately I say, well, I'm one of the people of the book, only my book is not the Old Testament and the New Testament. For me, the Old Testament is good old John von Neumann, Theory of Games and Economic Behavior, but also his books on quantum foundations, his books on the mathematics of life, of self-organization and entropy, and computers and intelligent systems. So that's my Old Testament. That's what I believed starting at age 8. But then as I grew up, I learned, yes, there is Jung's Red Book, which you just referred to, The Spirit of the Deep, and Jung's description of direct first personal experience. I said to people, if I had to judge who in the published literature, well known, is the closest to the reality of our human condition and our spirit and soul, the one name that seems to rise to the top is Jung. Many other names are also important, but when you mention Jung and synchronicity, Jung balances the science and the spirit and the first person experience in ways that very few others do. Although in recent weeks, I'm reminded again and again of other very important authors that really should be part of our common heritage. But yes, you just mentioned The Spirit of the Deep. I couldn't help responding. Forgive me.
Yeah. No, and I concur with you. I mean, my experiences of reality are mapped with Carl Jung's narrative of those experiences. I know that these things are for real, from firsthand experience. And I also acknowledge that it's a very difficult thing to talk about, and many people have not been really maybe clear in the past, or maybe people have not been able to communicate across cultures, or maybe people have not been, and that's why we have so much fragmentation. And fragmentation is also a consequence of language, BBK. It's not a consequence of the fact that we are bad and we want to have wars with each other and we use language to insult each other. Many times, most of the discomforts and disharmonies between people happen through language, because inadvertently people use terms that they assume that others understand. And if I have an experience that you have not had, or you have an experience that I haven't had, and you name it in a certain way, we're just cross talking. We're not really talking about the same thing. And so language, you mentioned that language is a very important situation that we face as humans, and we need to connect through language, and also through the spiritual language that some calls cosmis. And how to tap into that? That's a really good question that not just spiritual people should be asking, but philosophers, scientists, musicians, mothers, fathers. I mean, we should understand how to better embrace each other in a form of communication, which starts with being together and then manifests through the physical means of communication with words and sound and all that. But being together is a form of communication. When we're able to sit in the same room and maybe say nothing, and then just be together and feel that we are in a place that we're safe, and we are able to be and communicate in that sense without words. And then
a key point you made is that words should not dominate all of our thinking so much. Not just words, but images, music, and mathematics. Those are principles Jung talks about. Music, mathematics, images. And if I respond to images, and if I'm not a total hypocrite, I'll sit there and I'll say, hey, images, I see an image of Shiva. He might have something to say. Shiva, do you have something to say?
Very nice surprise.
Yeah, let's see if this works. Yeah, I'm from remote here. Okay. And I'm not sure all my equipment is working properly.
It's okay.
Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good. All right. Yeah. So I was going to comment on some of the things that he was talking about, just to kind of see if we were sort of on the same page, because I have been attempting to extend some of his ideas about the interplay of information and energy. And for instance, like specifically, he was talking about causality. I felt like causality, as we look at it right now, is not equal to causality because of the fact that it kind of ignores the informational component. And then I've been using as the causality word or phrase as specifically like in a single moment, the configuration of the universe is causality, is an information layer. And then when you have like many of those sets of information lined up over time, then I've been calling that specifically paracausality. And so basically, I was just hoping that when you're talking about the invisible world, if I'm correct in interpreting as saying this is kind of the informational world, and the only place that modern physics has really started to touch upon that, I feel, is in the concept of potential energy. Potential energy doesn't appropriately approach everything, because information includes potential energy, but potential energy doesn't include all of information. And then of course there's things like timing and synchrony that are also information laden. They are things that grant information. The timing of something to rise changes changes causality, because it's about looking at all of the simultaneous threads that are executing in reality, and only if you're looking at all of those simultaneous threads can you really approach the informational content that's present there. And so I was hoping that Sun kind of agreed that this might be some language that fits with the ideas that he was presenting.
Shiva, what I was reminded of a story that Uzi's still here. So Kerry's been in contact with Uzi, having good communications with him. And then, Uzi was saying to Kerry a while ago, you should meet my son. You should meet my son, And then, but, he couldn't make it happen. We were on the way to visit Paul, and we couldn't connect with Uzi finally, but he's still in communication with Kerry and saying, well, you should meet my son. And Kerry said to him at one stage, we're going to San Diego, so my son could be there, so he's trying to bring his son to communicate with Kerry, but that was not happening, and then we're on an airplane to Hawaii, okay? And Kali is sitting over there, and Kerry sitting over here, and Kali sitting here with me, and then there is this guy that looks Hawaiian, and he starts to talk to us about, his roots to Hawaii and things like that. And so I told him a little bit. So we ended up talking about biology, because he's a geneticist, I think, or something like that. And I talked about spiritual matters in epigenetics and information, and and so we had this conversation. So finally the guy says to me, wow, that's interesting, man. If you're going to San Diego, give me a call. I'm teaching at university. You can go give a lecture to my students. And I said, sure, no worries. Some days later, Uzi and Kerry communicating. Uzi sends a text to Kerry or something like saying, guess who you met in the plane? It was Uzi's son.
I have actually hoped to meet Uzi's son under the right circumstances. I don't know if Uzi would comment.
That was a fantastic synchronicity, you see. And so Uzi said something like, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Now, you see, we talked about information. Yeah, that's a scientific way to talk about the spiritual world. And I think it's a great avenue. I also think that information, it's not necessarily the only word we can use in human language to convey that form of communication. And I don't know, so many different cultures use so many different words. That's the truth. But when you connect with the essence of the person, that essential connection has a language of its own kind. And I think the connection that Uzi and Kerry were sharing was somehow creating a meditative space, or maybe an essential space to contribute to an extent to the meeting of Uzi's son in the plane out of a synchronicity. Because the whole point, I mean, I think the universe is fantastic, or God's fantastic, to show us that if we're talking about synchronicities, we're going to find them. And it's going to be in our face, and we will not be able to deny it as soon as we experience it. First time you'll say, well, it was chance. But if you experience that 6 times a day or hundreds of times a year, well, it's undeniable. You know, now you're communicating with the universe in a different way than you were before. Baby, when you were a baby, you were goo goo gaga. Now, adult, you talk mathematics, and when you're a little bit more developed, you talk that kind of language. You experience it. So you reminded me of that. You know, that vast network of language that Paul talks about as the noosphere, and in terms of information, structure,
Yeah, absolutely.
and meaning. Huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, language is always going to be a little inadequate, but it was one of those things where, you know, I have been attempting to try to put language that I feel like broader audiences will connect to in some way, to, you know, have that crossover point where people can understand. You know, when you talk about a spiritual world, the only real way I think that some people who are not as connected to that can really get their head around it is by at least, you know, trying to transform, or I guess overload terminology to a certain extent. And that's kind of what I'm attempting to do with it, with information, is attempting to take the word and extend it such that people can start from something and begin to connect it in a way that begins to fit with what it is that we're attempting to say.
Yeah, information, it's a very difficult term to deny in any sciences. And on the other hand, it's such a difficult term. It has been a difficult term to integrate into the physics of the universe. So I think it's a really good starting point to tidy up the act in physics, which you have done a lot of work on that.
Song is trying to talk. Is
Oh, Song, you're muted. Song, you're muted.
Oh.
You're still muted, Song.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Okay, Shiva, I know you've been long interested in information and energy relations, but regarding information, I mean, this is term that appears everywhere. You see, to understand what information is, we probably have to study semiotics. According to the pioneer of semiotics, Charles Peirce, we think in signs, and to me, signs are anything that carries information. So as long as we think, we cannot avoid using the term information. And one of the first steps to understanding what information is may be to recognize that there are 2 kinds of information: visible information and invisible information. I'm using the same principle of visible-invisible dichotomy to the information phenomenon. And visible information is very easy. That is probably what Peirce studied most. Okay, anything that we can write or we can communicate using visible signs, visible including touch and smell and hearing and so on, not just eye, but anything that we can sense, we can use as the information carrier. Okay, that's what I would call visible information. And there is invisible information that I think Joshua is the expert on. He lives in visible information. We only talk about it, okay? But he knows how to live it. And
what about the invisible information in memory? I was going to ask you a simple question. Is memory a equilibrium structure, or is it a dissipative structure? And what about synchronicity? Synchronicity is only defined or only appears when memory becomes entangled with memory, or memory becomes entangled with live experience.
That's a good question.
What is memory?
Yeah, the question to that, Hal, is, are you talking about the content of memory, or are you talking about the electromagnetic fields in the brain?
No, I'm talking about memory in the brain and memory outside.
No, but are you talking about the content of memory in terms of mind, or are you talking meaning, or are you talking about the signals that
I'm talking about the content and the representation, if you want to talk about that.
No, I was wondering whether you talking.
Question first is in the brain, and what is memory in the brain? Is it a equilibrium structure, or is it a dissipative structure? Consider what happens when we die. Memory dissipates, right?
Let me answer the question before we go further. It's clear from previous work that information can be dynamic, which can be encoded in static as a information. So that the memory is both. Memory is static. It can exist as a static structure, as in DNA or neural network, or dynamic structure, as when they are expressed as dynamic phenomena or processes.
Well, so, in the brain, memory might be represented by a neural network scientist as a collection of weights on the synapses, or plus a collection of thresholds on the action potential firing. Now, is that going to be a dissipative structure, or is it going to be a equilibrium structure? I think it's dissipative, personally. I think it's more to memory than just that.
Okay. I would say, in this regard, in agreement with the class with the Shastri G, that memory is both equilibrium structure and dissipative structure. It's a third entity which can become equilibrium structure or dissipative structure depending on the mechanism. So we have to think, I think, in a triadic term, in triadic manner, not just dissipative structures versus equilibrium structures, but triadic manner, that both these may require a third entity, which we call memory. Memory may be the third entity.
Yeah, and the other side of the equation, Hal and Song, is the content of memory, because when I think about how the world shapes in synchronicities, for example, I don't think in terms of dissipative structures. I think in networks of meaning, and meanings are not just signals externally traveling to communicate the meaning in other minds. Meaning is what the universe uses to organize those synchronicities, which become meaningful to me, Kerry, and Uzi, for example, because the meanings are expressed in this human world in language, in our own symbols and semiotics, as Song says. I mean, it's a sign that Uzi uses as his son meeting his son. That's a sign. And the event is another sign. One is a sing sign, the other one is one is a sing sign, the other one is a quali sign, or whatever. And so the coming together of all these, the coming together of all these meanings, it's what creates the synchronicity for all of us, this shared meaning. So to me, the content of memory, not the structure of memory physically in the brain, but the content of memory, it's what I would say shapes these meaningful events. not necessarily the apparatus. It's like your computer. The transistors do not carry the meaning of your words. It's the meaning of your words. It's traveling and somehow interacting with the transistors of these computers. But the meaning of your words is the content of your memories, not what's going on in the computer.
The meaning of memory requires both equilibrium structures and dissipative structures. Memory is the expression of equilibrium structures into dynamic structures mediated by a third entity, which I call conformal.
You guys know that neuroscientists are always concerned about representation, and so I have a question for Uzi, if he's there and listening. What is the representation of the content of memory in the brain? And it's actually sort of a rhetorical question in the context of his holographic ideas, or maybe Shiva wants to respond.
Well, while Uzi comes, I'm just going to make a distinction and then go and have the discussion. But I don't believe that the brain has representations of memory. I think that meaning it's the consequence of the recreation of reality on ongoing basis, as Freeman and others have proposed it, and that happens through a gestalt, an expression of gestalts that are the consequence of the integration of all this meaningless sensory information that becomes meaningful after being processed.
That shows that meaning is generated by the action perception cycle.
Yeah.
And it's actually a dynamical process. It's not an equilibrium process.
No.
And it's certainly a dissipative structure.
In that sense, in brain dynamics, yes. But Song has a point. Memory also acts through the genes. There is a static aspect to that, as I understand Song cell biology perspective. And so when you understand the brain together with the gene pools, like the neurogenetics of life, then there is this dissipative structure, but there is also this equilibrium structure interacting with each other. So the universe really, as Song was putting it, is a triadic situation. It's a situation where equilibrium structures and dynamic structures are in complementary, I'm going to use the word dynamics, but no, relationship, in a complementary relationship to actually create that which we call memory and meaning at many levels of reality, from the perspective of the brain, from the perspective of the communication between us as humans, cell communication, cosmic communications. I mean, it's so complex, really. It's a little bit like Paul was saying. This is so complex that I'm glad that we met each other. We have to, a group to share with, because it's not a conversation you have when you're fixing your car at the mechanics.
Yeah, and I should say, there is a very serious professional literature in systems neuroscience looking at issues of memory. And we really shouldn't reinvent the wheel and bullshit our way to fantasy. Okay, there's a serious professional literature out there on the types of memory. There's huge literature, short-term memory, long-term memory. It's clear that some of the things we call memory are translated into fairly stable structures in cells and synapses. On the other hand, there are things we call memory, like particularly short-term memory, which are like reverberatory circuits in the neocortex. And these are not totally imaginary mysteries. There are people who have studied the neocortex. And by the way, we have lots of data on these things. And by the way, your friends in Olshausen's place in Berkeley, I mean, they have plenty of data. We don't have to be metaphysical about it. But one thing we know for sure is that there are many places in the brain which engage in the kind of information processing that we would call memory. But there are different types of information processing that different people call memory, depending on their linguistic preferences. But whatever else it is, it's not a place that's suffering for being in the dark. It's suffering from having too many damn toys in your basement. You don't know how to make sense of them. That's the nature of the problem.
Anton, would you like to jump in here?
Yes. Basically, what I was going to ask, I will put at the end. I would like to carry on this discussion on the memory because I've got my own thoughts on it. Insofar, we shouldn't just look at the memory in the very close confines of our brains and our immediate environment. We should look at memory in terms of nature and the so-called instincts. You know, how is information passed to the offsprings? You know, we can consider the monarch butterfly that does a migration over 3 or 4 generations in the USA to Mexico. Another example is in Botswana, northern Botswana, where you've got the Otasha pans. The zebra migrate over a desert to some other feeding places that are wet, that get seasonal rains. Now, these zebra couldn't migrate for something like 3 or 4 generations because they put fences up, and these fences were recently removed, and these zebras started migrating again. So there was no, there couldn't have been a transfer of memory or knowledge between the now living zebra to some. There was nobody. There were no living zebras who've done this migration before. So how did they know when to leave and where to go and to come? It's one of the longest migration routes in the world. Now, Hal asked earlier what is the context of memory, and I am a super realist, or was a super realist, a sort of mechanical monster as such, which sort of goes into the Einstein thinking and so on. And I had to change my mind because of experiences I had in terms of interactions with plants or feeling people behind me, etc. And I actually went to China to speak to Tai Chi masters about what I was feeling and get some information about that. But anyway, going back to I have come to the conclusion and that basically we all, you know, what is energy? Energy is a wave. You know, I can look at it from the electromagnetic point of view, and I can actually model everything as waves. Therefore, and then I've come to the conclusion that what we store in our brains are just waves, and this whole map of synapses is a mechanism to do these quantum measurements on these waves, which are in our gray matter. So basically, if we pass away, I've sort of created my own mathematical soul this way, because waves are forever. We cannot change them. You know, therefore, should we pass away, I cannot express my thoughts, but my thoughts will permeate into the universe for others to pick up, as it's a highly spiritual and philosophical point of view. And which now comes to what I was going to, back to the discussions on non-locality, or I would rather call it a global or universal preservation. Now, if we adopt that philosophy, we should, which could be explained by the Aharonov-Bohm effect as such, but we can go into that at the later. but I want to recall Rupert Sheldrake's books, and his Morpheus resonance. And that shows to me that there is a entanglement there. Let's call it entanglement. And in my view, everybody is entangled with everybody else, except we no longer can, it is so weak that we don't act on it, but we're on this, within quantum computers, the big problem in quantum computers is the preservation of the entangled state. But the qubit, or whatever they call it, is in a continuous flux of the surroundings which cannot be shielded. Therefore, the noise will always be there. So there is a signal to noise threshold in there. But anyway, I think I expressed what I wanted to express here. I don't want to stay too long on it, but I think the bottom line is that one should think of that everything is entangled with everything.
I think it's very important when life is so incredibly complicated and confusing to maintain a few sharp and universal distinctions. And one distinction I would certainly make is that connection and entanglement are two very, very different concepts. When we get to the more conscious spiritual days, maybe we're already anticipating that. Maybe we've already jumped a little from physics. My concept of what's going on here with these strange spiritual experiences is that, among other things, we're all connected as part of the same solar system noosphere. We have strong local connections to other life in our solar system. And these are connections. This has nothing to do with quantum entanglement. This has to do with connections. The little paper I sent out as a summary of what I wanted to talk about, I said, level 1, we'll do this financially useful technology, which, by the way, is related to your electromagnetic world. Level 3, I didn't expect we'd really have much time for it. But level 3 is, what are the physical foundations that let us go beyond quantum electrodynamics? Let us open our eyes to this larger spiritual universe. And I view Qi as very central to what is real in that domain. At level 3, there's so much useless dream speculation about what has no reality. But we need to focus on a few things that can be very real and yet very relevant. And when you talk about Qi, to me, this is one of the most central, real, and relevant concepts. That Qi is a way to connect East and West, spirit and science. I'm glad you've seen Tai Chi Masters. I deeply prize the contacts I've had with Tai Chi Masters in China. I met all the people in the Shaolin Temple, and they've been oversold and they're political. But then I got to Wudangshan and got to meet some of the real ancient inner circle people. And they were real. That was really a great delight. So yes, these things are very important, but it's not quantum entanglement. It is true that quantum intelligence can give power to our noosphere beyond the kind of power we find in our own mammal brains. The human mammal brain is limited even compared to the dolphin and the sperm whale brain. So the human brain has a lot of characteristic limitations. We overuse our words. We overuse our fantasies. We don't understand the different parts of ourselves. We have wars within ourselves that are just crazy. And we have to learn to overcome those wars within ourselves. But there are higher levels of intelligence in our universe, in our cosmos. Quantum theory has something to do with them, but it's not like the stupid little quantum computers they're trying to sell to DOD. It's another whole kind of quantum reality. Anyway, so I had too much red wine just now.
Don't worry, Paul.
Paul, can I give you a little pushback on that?
Hang on a minute, Tim.
I sent a note out to the group about, are there any microscopic methods using decoherence of photon entanglement? I'm particularly thinking of biological experiments with the methodologies that Kiko and Joshua are developing. I just learned a few minutes ago, my neighbor across the street is practicing acupuncture with light. Now, that's entanglement, right? I mean, that's quantum mechanics.
The real scientific understanding of qi is related to what I call level 3 physics, very close to reality, what we could start doing now, and yet a totally new direction in the way our culture is going. Connecting qi with real science is one of the really huge opportunities I see before us.
I hope to learn more.
But that means defining somewhat a new phenomenon, a life force or something. If we, Poincaré in one of his papers said, everything in the universe is either electromagnetic of nature, or all our measurements are pseudo phenomenon. And
that's why my short summary gives a link to the Lawrence Livermore project, which can be amplified with quantum AGI. There's real opportunity, and what Lawrence Livermore is doing is not bullshit alchemy. Lawrence Livermore actually has real work going on.
Just had a I guess the thing that prompted me was about subjective reality versus objective reality and the notion of truth. And so I just wanted to put that forward. What are your thoughts? Oh, and I guess in particular also, I guess from a observer's point of view, I think a lot of people believe God is a book for some reason, and God, I'm fairly sure, doesn't really care about which village people grew up in and which book they came with, or whether it had anything to do with the book at all. Which then goes back into the soul element and conflict and peace and that notion of subjective, objective realities. And the notion of truth, which then also goes into a lot of work, with BBK about language, which I guess is that difference between mind, noosphere, and the physics. But I just wanted to put it forward because what are your thoughts?
I have written something about that. I think the subjective phenomenon, it uses cell language, and objective phenomena uses human language, and these two languages are descendants of the cosmic language. That is the way I frame the situation. So it's again triadic. So to know what human language is, you have to know what the sign language is. And to know these two, you have to know the third entity, where they come from. They come from ultimately from cosmic language, the language used by the universe to organize everything in it. To organize everything, you need to communicate with its components. And that is what I call cosmic language. And again, I'm going back to my ayahuasca experience. I think through ayahuasca experience, I got to feel what the creator may be like. I thought to communicate with creator, I had to learn a new language. But I don't think so. I can communicate with the creator or the universe through human language as well as cell language. Cell language is probably most difficult language to learn, but we live it, although we cannot articulate. But everything we do, we express, is based on cell language. And both these ultimately depends on cosmic language.
Has artificial intelligence ever been put to the task of trying to decipher some universal language? A moral grammar, as Noam Chomsky might put it? Is anybody aware? No?
No. Look, I think that what Song is referring is more connected to James Ochman. Let me just share with you my screen to show you that, and also connected with the comments of Aaron here. Let me see. This should be around here or here, maybe. Here. Here. Yeah. So basically, cell language has to do with, no, that one. Yeah, with this guy. You see, charge transfer in the living matrix. Song and I presented respective papers in one conference in acupuncture last year. And this guy presented his theory and experiments on the charge transfer in the living matrix. And the living matrix is, he calls the whole body. And the living matrix is like an electronic, matrix of signals. And then he translates that to acupuncture. So here's the development of the living matrix concept and its significance for healing, health. And that kind of language is the one that I think Song is referring to in terms of Celis and Cosmis. It's a language which is more connected with those fields. And so, you should, this is public domain. You should go the development of the living matrix concept, and then, or read what Song has published, some of his books. All of that is connected with that.
If you put the link in the chat, I'll send it to some very tough people.
Yeah, I'll do that, Paul. Yeah, that's a really good idea. So James Ochman, I met him briefly in that conference virtually, like here, but I didn't have an interaction with him. But he was a very interesting guy, and I read one of his books. So here is in the chat. I'll stop that. And you remember him, Song?
What meeting was this?
In the conference of acupuncture, the one that you presented the paper and I presented the paper.
I see. That's where he published this paper?
No, that's his PhD, I think. He published, he gave us a talk in the same conference that you gave a talk and I gave a talk.
Oh, I don't remember him.
Yeah.
People.
There's another story I just wanted to mention for Anton, since he was mentioning several cases in biology. I'm familiar with Oshman and his work, but this is sort of newer story. It's the work of the scientist Michael Levin in Massachusetts. His model he's a biologist. His model organism is the planaria. And what he's talking about with the planaria, which, as probably most people know, you can cut it in two and the organism will regrow. It's regrowing from a program that
the planaria, it's well known,
luminous, mystical, or mysterious, but it's something that's shared with all of us in our bodies, in the quantum body, where the body knows the intelligence about the body more than we know. And he's pushing this story that he's developing with the planaria pretty far, and I think it's worth following, like Oshman.
I don't know if you know.
The other one is Sofsky.
With these flatworms, or which is a more common name for the planaria, you can grow two heads on them. if you cut them, normally if you cut a planarium in half, then after a while you'll have two of them. The tail will grow a head, and the head part will grow a tail. Now, if you can now modify this by putting it in with electrical signals, I think they do that with vitamin B or something, and then and they actually take a section out of the middle out of it, and it will grow two heads. So you have a planarium with two heads. Now, if you cut that into half again, it will also grow with two heads. They will also multiply with two heads, although they are a lesser viable form as such. So, there is the electrical influence on limb growth. You have this in newts as well, huge amount of animals that can regenerate their limbs. They can grow now a new limb on a newt somewhere out of the middle of the body somewhere, so that you have a five-limbed newt. So, that's I'm familiar with that work.
Yeah, so there's sort of a template in quantum electrodynamics for an individual organism, which the organism knows. It's really a strong support for the quantum body idea. Paul is sort of gritting his teeth.
Well, I'm with you there. I'm completely with you there.
Yeah, to get Paul.
Okay, now I'm gritting my teeth because I take qi very seriously. And centuries and centuries of experience in China should not be wasted. On the other hand, I've been in Paris, where I saw centuries and centuries of experience with street art, and 99% of it was garbage. And we look in the history books, the 1%, which was good, is a dominant great force in world culture. But if you walk the streets, 99% of it is not that 1%. So the whole issue of how people try to implement these concepts of qi and body energy, it's very much like the French art. 99% is total garbage, but the 1% may have unique world insights, and you got to find the 1%. And as it happens, I wasn't gritting my teeth for that. I was gritting my teeth because I wanted to send your link to this Ashwin guy to a couple of people who have some interest in electricity in the body. And I figured as a favor to them, I'll let them decide what they think. It's not what I'm doing. Because to me, qi, I think of qi more, I'll be honest, I think of qi more in terms of dark matter than I do in terms of electricity. And dark matter can interface with electricity and nuclear forces and many other things, but it's not just a form of electromagnetism, it's something else.
Well, you can do acupuncture three ways. You can do it mechanically, you can do it with needles, and you can do it with light.
And you can even do it with exercising your damn muscles down the street.
Yeah.
No, I once had an acupuncture device. You had a needle, first a sensor, it would find the spot, and then it would pulse some energy into that. But what is qi? It could be just an interaction. And now you brought up the term dark matter and dark energy and so on. Are we sure that exists? Are we sure that, that Einstein's relativity theories are correct? Are we
We've
sure
had
that
discussions
we know what
of this on the
electricity is?
list. We've had discussions of this on the list. And in the course of years of discussion, we've been able to sort out what's real and what's not. But some people are never going to find reality, even after years of it. But we've had very good information on dark matter and dark energy on the list. There was a time a few years ago when, like the average person, I kind of mixed them up in my head. But then we had people on the list like Uzi, who have given links to the world's leading serious scientific conferences on the subject. And basically what I learned from those conferences and from follow-ups is basically dark matter is real, dark energy is a folk religion. Okay, dark energy is not the same thing as dark matter, and dark matter is not all matter. A lot of it is energy. I showed you a graph with a photograph of the dark matter in our galaxy. It's one of thousands of pictures taken by NASA. These are real photos. They're just as real as an X-ray. And of course, they have low resolution. The scale of distance is like 1,000 light years or 1,000,000 light years, and we need better pictures, but that's exactly what Lawrence Livermore is working on. We need better pictures. If we're real scientists, we don't bullshit about what we think we're going to find. If we're real scientists, we're going to build the damn instruments and find out and improve the resolution. So dark matter, there's good reason to think it's a lot, but there's good reason to say we need to study more. Dark energy, however, we had a great conference we went to on that, and I was astounded at how much folk religion and dishonesty and bullshit there was in the dark energy conference. And we could talk about that at length, but I don't want to waste your time on a stupid folk religion.
No, I sort of agree with you there. You know, dark matter, I can agree to. Dark energy, you know, I'm in tune with you there. But what is electricity?
What is electricity?
No, it's not electrons moving as we are told.
No, I checked your website. I noticed you had some interest in Maxwell's laws.
Correct.
And it turns out Maxwell's laws are a very interesting, important subject. Hell, if we're having a physics day, I should be able to unwind and talk a little bit about Maxwell's laws because they are important in the physics context. And I wrote in my little piece that I used to run the NSF program in electronic modeling for systems and devices. And I gave the link to where you can find out what this was and what we learned. And certainly Maxwell's laws are an area where people doing real electronic devices have probed very, very deeply. And I was shocked after years of running that program and talking to the top scientists. Only after years, maybe in retirement, did I find out what the real story is of Maxwell's laws. Okay. Now, of course, at Harvard, everybody knew there were at least two versions. There's the good old-fashioned four-equation version you see at MIT, you know, the crosses and the dots. And then there's a one-equation version that Schwinger would give you, which is the equation for the dynamics of A mu, and you only need one equation for that. And so we knew that stuff. But what we didn't know, we all thought, everybody thought, that what we call Maxwell's laws are the Lagrange-Euler equations for minimization or min-max of that standard Lagrangian. And there were a few versions of the Lagrangian, the A mu form and the version that would go with E and B for the four equations. Turns out, they all told us Maxwell's laws are the solution to an optimization problem or min-max around the Lagrangian. That's not true. It's just totally fake. And the real truth is it's something a control theorist would recognize. Oh, they're doing min-max or maximization subject to an equality constraint. And the equality constraint is the part of how you define any optimization problem. It's fundamental. It's not something you add later. And the constraint is an equality constraint, and that's what they call the gauge. And there are all these books that run around saying, and then there are these gauge symmetries. We add them on to do our computation. They're very convenient. No. Part of the formulation of Maxwell's laws is what is the equality constraint you assume as part of the theory. And the equality constraint plus the Lagrangian plus min-max gives you the best canonical Maxwell's laws. Of course, Maxwell's laws are not the whole story now. We all know, you know, classical electromagnetism is only a part. I mean, even when we're building electronic devices, we have particles, for God's sakes. We have sources, and those aren't just charges. They're more than that. But yeah, so Maxwell's laws are very interesting, and it really amazes me. It's weird that our education system teaches almost nobody the very simple, basic, classic mathematics, which is the real Maxwell's laws. There is a a scientist, I think Cambridge or Oxford, named Tong, Tong. He has a beautiful free textbook on quantum field theory on the web. So instead of spending money for a bad textbook, for free, you can get a better textbook. And this guy, Tong, I think it's Oxford or Cambridge, free PDF, has a treatment of quantum field theory, which includes a fairly correct description of the gauge theory, where it came from and what it is. It's a beautiful historical document, the Tong version of quantum field theory. Anyway,
Paul,
I learned
I wanted to show you this book in reference to Oshman, who Joshua just mentioned. This is entitled The Extracellular Matrix and Ground Regulation. It was the inspiration for Oshman's work. And the author, Alfred Pischinger, this is a very obscure book. It's a 1930s Viennese physician who was studying the extracellular matrix, which is pretty avant-garde at that time. And
if you send me a link to a free PDF, I'll pass it on.
No, free
PDF.
Send me a link
to the free PDF, I'll pass it on.
It's not a print book. It's going to be hard to find, but you can get to it by way of Oshman, probably. The point is, I represented this to some Chinese visitors about 10 or 15 years ago, and then subsequently heard back through the grapevine that they think quantum field theory of the extracellular matrix is going to be one of the main accounts for the effects of qi. Now, I'm not discounting what you're saying about dark matter and qi. I'm only pointing out that there's a core science that cannot be neglected, and I will send you a link to this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I certainly do not have a proper strategic overview of the real science we can find in all the many varieties of qi stories in China. First of all, it's a huge story. I've looked for who were Walter Freeman's partners. And I really feel sorry that when I was talking to him, and I knew he was working with people in Nanjing, I should have gotten their names. And I'm sure there are people in Taiwan as well. If I had to find a place where you could find the qi, Taiwan and Nanjing are the most likely places. But as I say that, I suddenly remember that once upon a time when I was in Beijing, I had a conversation with one of the people from the big aerospace institute who came to one of our neural network meetings and decided he would display his qi with his hand, with handshakes, and how he would greet people that feel my qi. And he was a leading aerospace engineer. So there might be a few people in Beijing too, somewhere, if you can find them.
Speaking about qi, I have something to say. I have a book chapter written on Taoist philosophy. And in China and in Korea, we do not talk about qi alone. We always talk about qi in connection with Li, L-E, okay? Their duality. Tao principle is embodied in the duality. The qi is like energy, Li is like information.
Okay.
So there is a duality. Paul, maybe you like to look into it. I can send you what I wrote.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I just want to add something to what Paul said. About China, I will not say anything more because it's out of my domain expertise. But about 30 years of my interaction with the scientists and the linguists and all the other persons who are in the academia and into the research of this has shown me that in India, in the core tradition, that 1% still is scattered around on what you call as the qi connection to the matter and the material and the body and all other things. You call it the hype talk for the moment, or the axiom, or the hypothesis, or okay, stupid claims, whatever it is. But it is deliverable. People are working on this in very scattered groups. And what is the dirt heap that I have seen? It is the language interpretations. Claiming that, oh, this is what it does, and then people go fancy after that. So it opened up a question for me. Who are the spokespersons for this language of the chi, what we call as the language of yoga in my context as such? So who are the spokespersons for the language? If language is not matter, physicists have zero role to play in this. Information is different, but they cannot claim to be authentic spokesman for the language. Then is it going to be the biologists? Is it going to be the psychologists? Is it the neurolinguistics persons? Or is it some religion persons? Who are the spokesperson for the language? Social language, synchronic cues, okay. There are academic persons, this is the standard of the grammar and other things. But when you come to the diachronic model or the proto-model of these two, who are the spokespersons? And that's where the entire science teams pointing their finger, that's what we want. And we are answering from a social, historic, 90% what you call the street talk on this particular thing. So how do we bridge this particular thing?
You certainly remind me. I've been sitting here talking about the complexities of real intellectual integration with China. But obviously, India is a bit complicated too. And it's not just one India, right? You know that. And when we talk about the 99%
India was the
street
mother
artists.
seed. India was the source from which China got it and messed it up.
Well, anyway, let's not get into that.
I think
India is
the
complicated enough as India.
I think the spokesperson has to be
Sorry about that.
of the language, the humans, because we have a problem with the large language models. Behind them is the generative processes of digital machines. We don't want to listen to the generated BS of the machines. We have to listen to humans, spokeshumans.
Well,
Mira, BBK, I think the spokesperson for that language will be the one that will give us green go to unify Babel.
We can talk about that. If Chomsky is taken as an authority at some point in time,
the one,
why not go to
not
Moses?
the one, not the one person, but the one will be the one
person, I think,
who will unify, who will give us a green go to unify Babel, the Tower of Babel.
Okay, for me, my anchor would be put at Panini and Patanjali, and certainly, I would like to talk to people in the other domains and say, okay, I may have a 1%, or not even 0.1% of this, but I want to connect it to the sciences. So how can we work as a team to take it?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is very precisely the short representation or a hype reclaims on the core of the tradition, the text, the language of the text. I'm not talking of the content information, where it is stored, how it is processed, and all those stories. Okay, they are all disciplines useful. But do we have a model, a language model for the language of the universe, language of the silence, language of consciousness? Do we have one?
I'm hearing it at the moment. I'm seeing it at the moment and through the window, and the language is already here. It's speaking to us.
Yes.
If we have ears to hear.
Well, that's got experience. That's a different story. But then the corporate people.
That's the spokesman.
Yeah.
The spokesperson, not me, but the spokesperson. It's right here in front of us all the time.
But yeah, one of those things, if you forgive my descending to earth a little, one of the things about the groping in India is just good old BJP versus Congress. And this is not trivial. I noticed that Amit in our Project Amaterasu group has made a connection with BJP. I have to be careful what I say, but it's pretty clear. Among other things, we take the spiritual side seriously, and Gujarat is an interesting base. And so a lot of interesting things are happening. But every time they talk about their friends in BJP, and I had friends in BJP in college, good friends. I had friends who said their families were creating BJP and they were hoping for something better than what they got. There are a lot of political movements that start out with visions better than what they get. But I had good friends connected to that movement. I was reading Hume's version of the Upanishads, which I still take seriously. But then again, there is this Congress Party side, which is also Gujarat, and it's the house that I am sitting in. And my house is full of the special decorations used by the Ayurveda practice, which trained the Gandhi family. And when they came to the United States, they said, Paul, we want you to take over this responsibility. So it's very strange. What is Congress? What is BJP? How the hell do we resolve these kinds of interesting divisions in our psyche? They run very deep. Not to mention, where did these old Upanishads come from? I don't think they came from China. I think they came from somewhere a little bit more north or northwest.
Oh, well, yes, but I don't want to speak about it being here right in this country.
I won't speak about it either because it's in the family and they'll get upset.
So
I can only tell you that in some of the texts of India that I read, it's very clear that the people of the Vedas are not necessarily Hindu, are called the people of the knowledge. The people of the knowledge, and that's on record. So at least in the translations I've read. So the people of the knowledge are the people who have been wandering the earth with that knowledge and putting it in different cultures. And of course, the knowledge of that realm manifested with cultural colors in different cultures, but the knowledge is one.
Yes,
Scythia is much older than the Veda stories, the Mahabharata. The Scythia is much older, and Urartu is much older.
Okay, that sees an end to our first Biological Physics and Meaning Mini Conference. Thank you to all the speakers, and thank you all for coming and participating. We look forward to the possibility of seeing you all again at the second mini conference in April on brain dynamics, conscious thought, psychophysiological coherence, and spiritual awareness. Thank you.